Just say hi, and then turn it right over to me.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you for being here tonight. We welcome all of you for this special recognition ceremony, and I'm going to throw it to Dr. Woods to kick us off.
Good evening. This is our favorite part of the meeting, as I hope you will see very soon. There are a number of you here in the audience tonight that we want to recognize, and on behalf of the board, happy holidays to all of you. Hope you have a great break. How many of the students here are excited that Friday you get to have a break? Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Congratulations. Have a wonderful holiday season. Mr. Jimmy Evans, you're up.
All right. Am I on? All right. Okay, welcome everybody. We have a couple things tonight as we do for recognitions, and obviously, like we said, this is one of our favorite things that we do. But even more so, one of the things we do in the district, we've done for years and years and years, is we have a holiday card contest where we have students design holiday cards that we send out as a district, and the winners get recognized here, and then we also utilize these to send them out from the district. And it's always a cool event and things that we do. But can I just tell you, as being a part of a group of us that looked at all the selections and helped decide which ones were going on. If you see some people over there, help me do that as well. We were just so impressed this year. It was beyond amazing, the cards that were drawn and created by these students. It was like, I literally was blown away. I could not believe the level of talent that we have across the district. And these holiday cards were absolutely amazing. So we have a couple recognitions. And a good friend of mine, Mr. Tim Dignan's special way of doing things quickly. We're going to do a double clap. So whenever we say a name tonight, and you say, like, you know, whatever student it is, we're just going to say, and student, whatever else, and you guys do all right, let's try it. Double clap on me. Ready? There we go. See? Great audience. I love this. Okay, so we're going to roll through this, and we're going to have it done, and we're going to recognize it. I'm going to have the holiday card winners, then we'll introduce our next round of recognitions after that. So first up, and I'm going to have the students come on up and stand here next to me, and then after we're done, we'll go over there behind the backdrop and take pictures, all right? So our first holiday card winner, and you can see all of their pictures underneath if you want to see what they drew up here. From 5th grade, from Paloma Elementary, Lachlan Gomez Cavani. Come on up, Lachlan. There you go. See, we got 2 claps. 2 clap. Wait, was that just the principal that didn't get the 2 claps? Come on. All right, Lachlan, right here. You can stand right up here up in front. Thank you. All right. Oh, and either way, you can either say hi to them and then turn around and say hi to the audience. All right. Next one we have up from 8th grade at James L. Day Middle School. We have Remy Hernandez Ambriz. Is Remy here? There he is. Come on up. Good job. Right over here. All right. There you go. Go sideways. You can get both. There you go. All right. And next we have in 12th grade from Temecula Valley High School, Susie Purcell. Come on up, Susie. All right. Now we can give it an actual round of applause for all of our winners. All right. You guys follow us right over there. We're going to get some pictures right that way. And next up, we have some cool CTE recognitions as well as the Battle of the Burgers. In order to do that, I'm going to ask up someone very special. Mrs. Amy Ricken, come on up. Big round of applause for her. If you're like 2 or more, you can give her a full round of applause.
I just like this microphone. I don't have to bend over. Okay, good evening, TVUSD school board members, Dr. Woods, and executive cabinet. I'm Amy Ricken, the supporting director over career tech education. And we've had an awesome first semester of CTE events. And tonight we're here to celebrate the wildly successful Battle of the Burgers event. And that was hosted by Pechanga Resort at Concito and Visit Temecula Valley, in partnership with our CTE students and staff. This event was an amazing success. We sold out by selling over 400 tickets and raised more than $10,000 to support our CTE Culinary Arts Pathway. Yep, that deserves a round. We want to give a special thank you to some guests here tonight. Visit Temecula Valley and Pechanga Resort and Casino hosted and did a ton of the work, a lot of the marketing for the event. We also want to recognize the fantastic work of our CTE culinary teaching staff. And here tonight, we have Malaysia Berquist. There she is, stand up, yep, from Temecula Valley. Ivan Flowers isn't here from Temecula Valley, and neither is Don Masika from Great Oak, but we want to recognize the work of all three of these amazing educators. We also have, from Pechanga Resort and Casino, we have executive sous chef Marlene Moore, who took some time out in the middle of all the holiday parties and cooking to come tonight. So thank you. And from Visit Temecula, we have Annette Brown. Thank you, Annette, for coming. Thank you so much to both of them and their teams for supporting this exciting event. I'd also like to thank our district CTE team, our coordinator, Stephanie Medina, Jenny Huter, who runs around this city doing more work than any one-woman show I've seen. She supports our industry partners and our work-based learning opportunities and is often just behind the scenes doing some incredible things, liaising all the time to make sure our students are getting opportunities to work with industry experts. And also a shout out to Feliza Rummers, our CTE secretary. So thank you to our entire CTE program. So now we're gonna recognize the students for the winning loaded fries portion of the competition. And we're gonna start with the Judge's Choice, our first place. Also, they earned People's Choice second place for the potato puffs. Let me tell you what's in that. Deep fried potato balls, topped with honey garlic fried chicken and garnished with roasted sesame seeds and green onion. And that was created by Kobe Craig. So come on up, Kobe. Matthew Sayrath, Tiffany Sang, Carrington Williams, Capria Kingsbury, and that was with assistance from the Journey's End chef Jordan Garcia and his culinary team. So give this group a round of applause. All right. Our Judge's Choice second place and People's Choice first place was the sweet potato churro bites, and that was sweet potato fries, candied pecans, blackberry, whipped maple cream cheese, finished with maple syrup and cinnamon sugar. So if anyone sampled those, they were amazing. Created by Natalie Davis, Audrey Hilbig, Georgia Klippel, Giselle Scott, and Greg Strahl. And we have a lot of student athletes and working students in that group, so they couldn't make it tonight. But thank you to that team. All right, Judge's Choice third place was the Pia fries. That was sweet potato waffle fries, topped with barbecue pulled pork, finished with cheddar mac and cheese, and garnished with crispy onions drizzled with lemon garlic aioli. And that was created by Isaac Kalak, Alexis Pfeiffer, Ariana Gomez, and Parker Murray, with assistance from Kelsey's chef, Eric Salea, and his culinary team. So give this team congratulations. All right. And our last one, People's Choice third place, were the chicken cheesy loaded fries, buttermilk baked chicken tenders served over seasoned mac and cheese, finished with a hint of comeback sauce. Created by Noah Strickland, Angelo Sanpaolo, Logan Alexander, and Kylie Patrick, with assistance from Great Oak Steakhouse chef Emmanuel Inocencio and his culinary team. Congratulations. And we just appreciate our entire Temecula community for making this event so successful. One big round of applause for all of our winners here tonight.
All right. Thank you once again for all for coming. We appreciate your time. I want you to thank you for all the amazing, talented students that did their part in recognitions tonight. Thank you very much. Have a great night. The regular board meeting will start at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Congratulations to all. Thank you for being here. We've got a 15-minute break.
testing.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, no, not then, but now.
Testing, testing.
So louder. How about you? Testing.
Testing.
Perfect.
I'm going to do the same. Good evening. We'd like to welcome all of you here during this month of December. Welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on December 17th, 2024 at 6:04 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 3 p.m. Governing Board Member Stephen Schwartz will participate in this meeting via teleconference from the Celebrity Reflection in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. In order to prioritize the ability for Mr. Schwartz to hear the goings-on, I would ask that we all collectively decide to keep the noise at a minimum for total clarity on his part. I understand there might be a little bit of emotion here and there, but let's do that so he can hear. Thank you so much for your cooperation. In attendance this evening, we have the governing board, Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mr. Emil Barham, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mr. Stephen Schwartz via teleconference, myself, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma. We have the Secretary to the Board, Dr. Gary W. Woods, Superintendent. And we have the Golden, Mrs. Lene Anosibar, the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. Right now, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. And from Vintage Hills Elementary School, we are so glad you're here. We have Reese Nesselrode and Hannah McCurley. Please come up to the podium.
Please stand. Remove all hats and caps. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
All right, thank you to Reese and Hannah. And if you could come right over to the TVUSD banner, we're going to take a picture, and we've got a special certificate for you. Well done. At approximately 9:30 p.m., the governing board will determine which of the remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon before 10 p.m. and may continue on all other items on which additional time is required until a future meeting. All meetings are scheduled to end at 10 p.m. Now we're going to move on to item K. This meeting serves as our annual organizational meeting where we elect our president and our clerk. And so at this point, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Woods. It's all you.
Thank you. Good evening. You'll notice me talking to Mr. Schwartz. We were having some connection issues. In fact, we were afraid that if I shut my phone off, I wouldn't be able to get him back on. So excuse us for that, but just allow me to talk to him on occasion. There's a little bit of a delay also, and he may ask a question that might seem like it's an interruption, but I'm just listening when he has a question, and then I'll fit in his question as best I can. We're just trying to keep him involved as best we can, and thank you for your patience. All right, I think you're ready now, and I think the board is ready. How about we enter into our organizational meeting? And the first item is for one of you to give me a motion to elect the governing board president for a 12-month period commencing on December 17, 2024. And I have a question for Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz?
I nominate Melinda Anderson to be president of the TVUSD board.
Okay, I have a motion for Dr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second. Is there a discussion?
Yes, there will be a discussion, and I'd like to defer to either Mr. Schwartz or Dr. Anderson. Anyone else at this point who would like to contribute?
I want to discuss too. I would like to discuss too, but you go first.
There is a discussion.
I think at this point with the nomination on the floor, I'll wait to hear from you first, or Dr. Anderson, or Mr. Schwartz. We can hear you. We'll put you up to the mic.
Mr. Schwartz, any discussion from you?
Well, yes. I believe right now we need a new board, and a new direction for our district. With all the strife and all the arguments and disagreements that went on in the last board, I believe it is critical for us to have a fresh start, and I believe Dr. Anderson, with her expertise, would be a great person to lead that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
All right, Mr. Barham.
Before I became a teacher, I worked in the private sector and worked my way into management and was raised on when you get a raise in compensation, it's based on performance. And employment is based on performance. And luckily, in transitioning to education, I was blessed to work for principals and district officials who felt that accountability and performance standards were important in a management position, even in the educational setting. So that is what I base a person's promotion, for example. I base it on performance and accountability. And what I see here is, in the last 2 years, accomplishments are very little. And the process of navigating oversight has been contentious for the board and also for the community, which I don't think has helped. And this is about the students for me. I'm a teacher first, before a board member. And like I said, I see accomplishments as being very little. So I am in favor of moving in a new direction. I think we need a fresh start, and that is how I'm going to vote tonight, and those are the reasons why.
All right, I'll speak for myself. Probably around December 7th, I knew there was a possibility that I'd be sitting on the dais, and I have spent all of my time trying to master and understand the theory of parliamentary procedure. I really want to take this entire boardroom in a new direction. I want to bring professionalism back to the boardroom. And so I've committed, that's what I've been doing the last month, is committing myself to improve boardroom decor. I believe the power of the president is really to manage the meetings, to respect the public speaker, make sure that the public respects and honors their free speech, and to keep the board meetings on task. So that is why I think that I would be a good candidate for board president.
First of all, Dr. Anderson, I want to congratulate you on the momentous achievement of being here as a TVUSD trustee. We welcome you, just as we do Mr. Barham, just as we celebrate the return of Dr. Komrosky and Mr. Schwartz, you were reelected. I thought a lot about what I might want to share tonight, and here's what I want you to understand. In the 2 years of experience that I've had, I've evaluated the importance of experience. You learn from experience. I believe that continuity is important as a best practice. And looking back to 2022 and now understanding where I am, I believe the individual serving as a president should have at least a year under their belt. So let's hold the applause, please, because I want Mr. Schwartz to be able to continue hearing us. So, Dr. Anderson, as a doctor, you would likely concur, and this wasn't an analogy that I thought you would identify with as a dentist, you would likely concur that a first-year surgical resident would participate in the OR, scrubbing in, gaining hands-on experience under close supervision, and marking that first year as a crucial learning phase with people who work in the trenches and have been there, made mistakes, had successes. All of those things are important. You would never walk into that OR assuming that primary surgical role. And though we're not talking about surgery tonight, we are talking about something so important in this community, in our state, and quite frankly, in our country. Experience matters, and I truly recognize and appreciate your desire for procedural changes. I saw that enclosed. Procedural changes matter, and I think this entire board can benefit. This is something that I do believe in. However, the expectation of boardroom protocol that represents a formal level of Robert's Rules of Order isn't where it begins and it isn't where it ends. I don't disagree on some level that there's no doubt we have all learned from the past and we want to move forward differently. I sat in this boardroom alone to hold the vision, to hold the line, to represent the people, to do what I thought was best. And I think that counts for something. True leaders are tested first. Whenever you step into a new arena, they are tested. You become wiser along the way, and I have. And I think I've shared with you things that I believe we need to pivot and do differently. It's happened in conversations in the public. It's happened in my own notes and desires, in understanding where we've been and where we still need to go. You have to be refined by the fire. And Mr. Barham, you mentioned employment. Absolutely. It's why we have student teachers. It's why we have mentors. It's why we have people that we look to and say, I know I don't know it all, and I want to humbly acknowledge I'm ready to bring it to the team, but I understand where you've been. It's respect. That's what it is. And so here tonight, I know the vote may go the way it's going to go, but I will say in a formal way of speaking about the person in the motion, congratulations. But truly, I feel the person seated here is the one that has earned it month after month, 2 years out, and I know I can bring what needs to change, celebrate the accomplishments, because Mr. Barham, there have been them. It is disingenuous. People know that I have supported you, and I still do. But I take people, I take people at their word. What I want people to understand is I support you as a trustee. I had your support. And I want this community to know it. Because at the end of the night, we're going to be a board that represents the students. We care about them. We're going to protect them. We're going to advocate for them. We're going to have amazing goals. But I am always going to speak truth. And tonight is too important to let this go. I do not believe a new trustee stepping in has the network, the experience, the people skill, the people, all the moving parts are so, so important, and I have it. So with that, I'm done. Thank you for letting me share. And Dr. Komrosky, I don't know if...
Okay, hold on a second, Steve. Joseph hasn't had a chance to sing. Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah. I think a lot of people want to take the mantle of being a president, but few understand the responsibilities that come with it. And it's a burden. It is a responsibility. It's not just leading the meeting. It's learning the depth and breadth that goes on. and it's the motivational attitude to really want it in terms of leadership. My general wisdom on this is 2 new school board members should assume the depth and breadth and training because it's overwhelming. There's a lot to learn. And then you might say, well, what about you? Yeah, I was different. We were an anomaly. We didn't trust the previous board and admin. So that's why I was voted in president on the first night. Things have changed now. Jen has been clerk for 2 years now. She's also trained in Masters in Governance. She's also attended the president's workshop at CSBA, which I noticed Dr. Anderson did not. So my question, you can answer it later, why didn't you attend the workshop if you wanted the president's position? Because it was valuable training.
Dr. Komrosky, could you speak a little louder, just so everyone can hear, including Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, at the end of the night, no matter how the vote goes down, I'll be supportive of the new board president, no matter who it is. I mean, as a board, we want the collective vision for the community to understand we're united as a board. I have no problem with that. It's just that I don't want to go against my conscience when I vote. And I do believe that Mrs. Wiersma has earned that title, and she's not perfect, neither was I, but she has actually worked for it, and she can take the heavy lifting responsibilities off of a new board member for that. So that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, everyone's had a chance. Second round of discussion. Anyone else?
Your mic is off.
So, Steve has a comment. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I'm kind of incredulous at the 2 things I just heard. As far as experience go, I am the experienced board member. I've been here for 4 years. So if experience is counted, theoretically, I should be the president, and it should be unanimous without any discussion. Put that aside. I remember when Dr. Komrosky was elected, and I nominated a board member who had been serving on the board, and he was brand new. And Jen, you had no problem supporting him as a brand new board member. So can we put the honesty on the table and stop playing games and let's get on with what we have to do? I think Melinda will bring a new vision and a new way of looking at things to the board, and I think she is the right person at this time. Thank you.
So my answer to that is when we came in 2022, there was indeed a shift. We watched it in Loudoun County, and it filtered across the country as to how parents were receiving things. And with all due respect, Mr. Schwartz, we were ready for a change, and the majority fell with 3 people who were aligned differently. But I will say, in watching the Temecula City Council the other night, it was awesome because there was a mayor and a pro temp, and there was protocol and the understanding that you start out, you learn the ropes, then you assume the position. And I just thought, school board's a different animal, and we probably can't mimic that exactly, but what a wonderful thing, because they didn't spend their time questioning that. They actually talked about what was going on, and the congenial conversation they had and the respect, that is what this board has not had. Regardless of where things go tonight, it's going to happen, and it's a lot different to lead when you don't have people resisting and choreographing efforts to shut you down. That is what I have dealt with. Whoever steps up as president, it's going to be a different scene because we are going to choose to make it different. Even Mr. Schwartz. But at this point, if you're going to argue experience doesn't matter, that in 2022 it didn't go to Mr. Schwartz, it's not apples to oranges. And that really is the truth of the matter. I'm sticking to the truth.
We have a first and a second to elect Dr. Anderson as the next board president. Any further discussion?
I want to continue some discussion here. You have assumed no responsibility for what has taken place here in the last 2 years. You don't assume that responsibility. And I think that you are accountable for a lot of things, okay? And just looking at what we have to do tonight, okay? I've researched what took place with those two orders that we have to rescind tonight. I've talked to attorneys. The attorneys say, in terms of the advice that they gave you with regard to those orders, to the irregular, that they advised you to bargain, and you went full steam ahead, and that you were reckless.
I spent an hour with you explaining it because it was the question you had. I did my due diligence. I have admitted
Not
accountability.
according to the attorneys.
You, sir,
Not
are being
according to the-
untruthful with this entire picture.
No, I'm not. How? You know what, Jen? Stop it. Okay?
We've had a
You need to-
relationship
you
for
need to
9
stop
months,
it.
and I'm going to end it here
Yeah, you
because
need to-
it
you
all
need to
speaks
stop.
for itself.
Stop it.
Dr. Komrosky, do you have anything to add in terms of the lawyers speaking to the policies?
I spoke to the lawyers directly, okay? And they told me that they advised you to proceed with a certain path and that you and Dr. Komrosky ignored them and were reckless.
We never ignored them. We weighed all the things and where this community
Yeah, and you
voted
went in a certain
to have
direction.
us serve.
And you were reckless.
And I have answered this question. Did you call the attorney, Jonathan Brenner, that I told
I didn't
you as
talk
the
to Jonathan
constitutional
Brenner.
attorney
I talked to the
could answer
attorney
the
that
question?
was there at the time.
Bingo.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was contracted at the time. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz, go ahead.
No, can we let Melinda speak and then vote, please? Because I don't want to be here till 2:30 in the morning.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Any further
I
discussion?
disagree with the commentary. 2 board members were reckless. I think it's unprofessional, especially for the first night.
I'm just saying the truth.
And that's not that's absolutely not true, and that's how you might have had perceptions of it. We've had sound legal advice, and and this isn't even the right agenda item to speak to that on, quite frankly. So point of order.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Any further discussion?
Lastly, I just want to say, I think it's really important that whoever is the president of the board remove a motion and realize this is a professional setting. I know that we're going to have a lot of hot topic items that we're going to be discussing in the future, and I think that becoming emotional makes it hard for all of us to communicate. I think it feeds over into the public, and it makes the public emotional, and my goal is really to have civil debate in this boardroom, and that is the reason that I'm willing to be the president.
The facts matter, though, and when you have a chance, look at the Temecula City Council. They were warm. It wasn't stilted. They have discussions, and they get things done. And at the end of the day, they celebrate experience because it matters. So with that,
I want to talk about experience, okay? For myself, I'm an accomplished businessman who's been in negotiations for hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? I've been contracted from parent companies, this is in my prior life, prior to being an educator, to go into subsidiary companies and consult and turn them around, and have been successful in those things. I'm an accomplished educator.
it's why I got behind you.
I understand. But I have to see things as they are, and I'm going to be honest with you right here in public. What you do in terms of calling every single person in town to try to sway and influence my vote, and to have people call me, okay, and threaten me if I don't get in line, okay, with how things are supposed to be. I mean,
Those are more lies, Mr. Barham.
is that a lie, Dr. Anderson? Is that a lie?
No.
Yeah. Is that, yeah.
All right, in the crowd
yeah.
here, please, let's not.
You know,
No, let's not.
Let me put it to you like this. People have told me from the very, very beginning, and some of these people are in this room, okay? Get out of the race. This was months ago. Get out of the race. And I said, I have my own prayer life, okay? And I'm going to wait on God and tell me what to do, okay? And that's exactly what I did, and I believe that that's why I'm here today. I don't feel like you have prayed as a Christian and waited, okay? Yeah. I don't feel like you've done that because people have called me and said, call Emil, tell him to vote for me, and is that true or not true?
I have developed in 2 years an extensive
You just
network
did it
of
on
counselors.
Friday.
People have
Stop it.
expertise in organizations.
Stop your nonsense.
You guys, this is getting
You know
embarrassing,
what?
and
This
it's
is
truly
this is
Stop
it.
your
You can have
nonsense.
your truth, and
We
I'm going
have
to
a
know
motion.
Yeah, well, I am
that I
telling
have
the
always
truth.
spoken it. So we're
I
done.
am telling the truth. Let's. I
Is
call the
discussion
question.
over?
Let's vote.
We have a motion, we have a second. Seeing no more discussion, any further discussion, Mr. Schwartz? I'm ready to call the roll. Okay. Lene, could you please call the roll?
Schwartz.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes. Anderson.
Wiersma.
No, but if you win this, congratulations, Dr. Anderson. I will support you.
Komrosky.
No.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
I see 3 votes for Dr. Anderson to be the next governing board president.
Congratulations. Take a seat where you belong.
Okay, we'll move in just a minute. Let's move on to the next item at hand, which is election of a board clerk. Do I have a motion to elect a governing board clerk?
I'd like to move for Mr. Barham.
I second.
We have a motion for Mr. Barham and a second. Is there discussion?
I have none.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, please call the roll, Lene.
Schwartz.
Mr. Schwartz. Go.
Yes.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
5-0. Mr. Barham is now the clerk of the board. At this time, we do just take a pause and we shift ourselves a little bit on the dais. Let's do that now.
Can I move for a 5-minute recess so that I can discuss with Mrs. Wiersma some of the...
A 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Okay, we will go for a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much.
let's see what time. I'm going to bring us back to session at 6, what is that, 43? I'm going to wait for Barham.
Yes, where is our clerk? I don't see our clerk yet. Okay, here he comes. Is our clerk ready?
Okay. All right, number 3 is the appointment of district superintendent to serve as secretary to the board. I call for a motion and a second to select Dr. Gary Woods, district superintendent, as the board secretary.
Moved.
Second.
Okay. Lene, call roll.
Schwartz,
Schwartz. Your vote?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
I gladly accept. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Okay. Number 4, selection of school district organization representative. I call for a motion and a second to bring to the floor for discussion and vote to elect a governing board representative to the 2025 Annual County Committee on School District Organization meeting. Do I have a motion? I motion Mrs. Wiersma.
That's not her.
Dr. Anderson, is this something you could describe further as far as?
I thought this was the one-time meeting that we had a representative go to.
Yeah, the county has this organization. It's usually at least one meeting, sometimes two, but it's kind of a leadership of the entire county. You would go on behalf of the district to sit in a room of all the other trustees that have been elected.
I think it's up in Riverside.
Usually it's at the county office, yes.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Lenny, please call roll.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right, the governing board meeting schedule for 2025 let's see.
We might have one correction.
Yep, this one right here.
Okay.
We can't do this one.
November 11th is Veterans Day, so we cannot meet on Veterans Day.
Amen to that.
And this can always be modified later. You can change, do all kinds of things. This would be an initial list that we would send out to the public and also for each of you to work your vacations around if needed.
Question about the workshops. I'm seeing the schedule. Oh, there it is, workshop to be announced. Okay, so those aren't on, or are those the second, the 18th, 24, 23? Are those potential workshop dates within a month? Like, for example, March 4th on the 18th, would that be a workshop?
It could be a regular meeting. I think initially it's designated as a regular meeting, but you certainly can change it eventually into a workshop or regular meeting / workshop if you want.
Okay, that helps, thanks. Because it's not a full meeting. How many workshops do we have in the year, 5 to 6? I think we had about that many.
Hold that to the board.
All right.
I'm going to say, looking at plans and the calendar and so forth, as I surveyed this, I am in favor of option 1. We may be traveling earlier in January around the 21st. I'm not sure. So that's what I'm looking at with my personal schedule. And a lot of them are similar between the two.
Hello?
Yeah.
To the 18th.
Just as a point of clarification, then the November 11th meeting would be changed to the 18th. The 18th.
I'm in favor of option 1 as well. I mean, but I don't.
All right, I call for a motion and a second to select a schedule for regular in-person board meetings and for the December annual organization meeting for 2025.
Mrs. Lash, did you have a comment first?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Option 1, I'm fine with, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to have the budget done for second interim by March 4th. So if there's any way just for March, we could go with option 2. I'm just, with February being a short month, I'm worried that's too short of a timeline for budget. Sorry about that.
And
That works better for me, too.
Dr. Anderson, I know Mr. Schwartz would like to say something too, so I'm going to put him on mic. Steve, go ahead.
Okay, so May 6th, I will be out of town, so I can't make that May 6th meeting. And September 23rd is the Jewish holiday of Rosh Hashanah, and we can't have a meeting on that day. Everything else on the calendar is okay with me, but May 6th and September 23rd don't work.
What about the May 13th then instead of May 6th? And I'm up for whatever day in September 23rd. Flexibility with Steve.
Okay, so we have a couple of issues at hand. Let's start with March. Lene, what do you have down for March?
March is no problem. We'll just use option 2. We'll pick option 1, but use the dates from option 2 in March.
11th and 25th?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Schwartz indicated the 23rd of September as being a religious holiday conflict.
So defer to ESS because that's your Williams, the textbook sufficiency. So what 2 dates would work for September?
You know, there is the 30th, which doesn't push up against too hard because October is on the 14th.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be better, because if you do the 16th, you already have a meeting on the 9th, so I don't know. That's just my thought.
You would have to stay with the 9th, though, because you have to have the estimated actuals before the 15th in
Yeah.
September, so it would be the 9th and the 30th you could do.
9th and 30th?
And Lene, I would
30th?
agree with that.
Okay.
9th and 30th, okay, for September.
Okay.
What was the other conflict?
We moved them. The other one was May 6th
May
for Mr.
6th.
Schwartz, but they're not selecting option 2.
And then November 11th to the 18th.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that's option 1.
Lene, could you just read out that calendar and clarify it?
So we're picking option number 1, moving November 11th to the 18th, moving March to the 11th and the 25th, and September, the 23rd date to the 30th.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Okay. Lene, will you call roll?
Schwartz,
Your vote,
Yeah,
Steve?
that's fine.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right. Action item 6, I call for a motion and a second to readopt all existing Temecula Valley Unified School District governing board bylaws.
Moved.
Second.
Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz,
Schwartz on the board bylaws?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right. Certification of signatures. I call for a motion and a second to approve the certification of signatures and the addition of the newly elected governing board.
Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second. Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz,
Steve, your vote? On the certification of signatures, Steve, item number 7, your vote?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right. Action item number 8, nominate a board member as a California School Board Association delegate. I call for a motion and a second that the governing board, if it so desires, nominate candidates for the 2025-2027 CSBA Delegate Assembly.
I nominate Joseph Komrosky.
All right. Second?
I second that.
Okay, good, thanks. this says delegates. I motion, wait, who did Emil just say?
I nominated Joseph
Okay.
Komorowski.
I nominate Steve Schwartz. First, is there a second?
Steve is
Second.
Yeah, second.
Okay.
So we have two right now that both have a first and a second.
So let's.
Are you going to call for discussion?
No.
Is there any discussion?
No.
Yes, there is discussion.
Okay.
So I am fully behind Dr. Komorowski representing, and I appreciate the time that you've put in. I know you'll bring a lot of experience to that position. With Mr. Schwartz, he's just been reelected by his community for 4 years, and I think at this point, in understanding some of the things that he's communicated in an unprofessional way, and I know it because I was at CSBA and people would tell me, I don't feel like that's represented TVUSD well. And I know we're all imperfect people, but this is an important position. Delegates who go to CSBA help make sweeping decisions, and as the state changes, we need people at the helm making different kinds of decisions. And so for that matter, I would like to see Dr. Komorowski solely represented and Mr. Schwartz in the future, because I think in 2025, there are things we can all do differently. And it's important to me that we've got professionalism at the helm.
Can I speak?
So I have a question. So was this at the recent CSBA meeting that he was making these unprofessional comments?
Yes, sir. In my 2 years of networking and friendships that I've built, they were in the meeting. And so that is the case. And while I can have some empathy and grace, this position's too important for that to occur. This board needs to be represented respectfully, and we're all going to work on that next year. I'm excited about that. But that just happened. And so for me, it's definitely a no. Maybe in 2 years, things will change and be different.
Did
Doug,
Steve?
he does. He'll have comments. Steve, you can go ahead and make comments.
Yeah, so am I to understand that Mrs. Wiersma is spying on me again, like she did the last time at CSBA, and making accusations about rumors that other people spread? How denigrating that is to me personally. I was elected by our 18A to be the legislative representative of our group to CSBA. And now I find that my fellow board member is spying on me? I mean, it's just so distasteful. I don't know what to say. Absolutely disgraceful. And that's all I have to say.
Mr. Schwartz, first of all, I want to say we had a great time at CSBA, and I'm so glad we could all go out to dinner and spend time together. I didn't seek it. I didn't spy. I've got so many friends and people who understand what's at stake. And so whether it was this year, which was reported to me, or last year when I sat in a room and heard you call us white Christian nationalists and be a part of the excitement of the recall, these are things that matter. But the thing I want to tell you is I do think we're going to move forward differently. And I do respect the fact that Area 5 voted you in, and you should be congratulated. But I've got to be honest with this particular position, and that's why I feel the way I do. But I know we're going to work together well. We've done it before, and we'll do it again.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure that I understand correctly. We are nominating people that will be put on a ballot that will then be voted on in the future. So who we nominate today doesn't necessarily mean that they will be the CSBA delegate.
Correct.
And am I also correct that Steve Schwartz was not previously nominated by, I don't know, was that true?
He was nominated but voted down.
He was nominated but voted down
Last year.
last year.
I was not
Okay. 2 years
nominated
ago.
by our board.
Yes,
That is correct.
Okay.
I was nominated by another board.
By
His
another
home board voted no,
Yeah.
Within the county, he ended up going through. So that's how that worked.
So there's still the possibility as his
Say that
home
again?
board.
There is.
Excuse me. Say that again?
I
What did you
just
just say?
want to clarify this process, Steve. So as his home board, if we don't nominate him, there's still a possibility that he could be a CSBA delegate, because the process that we're doing right now is not ensuring him his place, right?
This is his home board speaking
Yeah.
only.
Okay.
When they're
Okay.
done, let me explain how it works.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Schwartz.
Please.
Okay, the way it's done is that board members are nominated by their own board or by other boards. So I was not nominated by our board, but I was nominated by another board. And everyone else, except for my board, elected me. So the way it works is we nominate a person. There are no write-ins. We nominate a person, they go on the ballot. And then the entire Region 18 votes on the ballot. So that's how it works.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Yes. This is hard to say, but I want the public to know this. Mr. Schwartz, I can work with you on many different levels behind the scenes on projects that we agree on. What I can agree with is that when you are a CSBA delegate, you are an ambassador for Riverside County. And that ambassadorship you take with you when you go to represent our school districts. There's three things that concern me. One is that you are on video. This isn't me spying, this is people sending it to me. Going against our parental rights notification, basically asking a lawyer that a parent or a teacher shouldn't have to follow that. Second occurrence, you were talking about a teacher, a closed session item, and how you were disappointed because they want to fire him for having a Pulitzer Prize winning play, Angels in America. Thirdly, you gathered signatures against a fellow board member, which is me. That is not good ambassadorship. If you do get elected, I will serve with you at CSBA if I get elected, but I just want to let the public to know, we want good representation up there and professionalism.
Okay.
I thought we were starting over.
I thought we were being
I
transparent
thought we were
to the
starting
public.
over as a board.
Honesty first, 2025.
I
Does
thought we were
Mr.
starting-
Schwartz
I thought we
want
were starting
to?
over.
Does Mr. Schwartz want
I
to
don't
comment?
think, no. It's terrible.
Okay.
Decide who they want.
All right. I'm just going to weigh in that I do believe we need a new school board. And even with 3 previous members, I do believe this is a new board. And so I think Steve should be given the opportunity to become a new board member. And therefore, if there's no further discussion, Lene, will you call roll? Let's start with Joseph Komorowski.
Schwartz.
Sorry. Steve, you're voting? You're voting.
What am I voting for? I don't know. I couldn't.
So you're voting, this is for Joseph Komorowski.
No, of course not.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
For the second motion, Schwartz.
Second motion, Mr. Schwartz, this one's for you.
Yes.
Wiersma.
No.
Komorowski.
No.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right. What was that? Okay, so those both pass. I need to get my glasses back on. Moving on to action item L, items considered in closed session for action in open session. It says 1, but there are actually 2. The first is E-1A. Just 1 minute. call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. Number 338015, suspended expulsion.
Moved.
Second.
Lene, call roll.
Schwartz? Mr. Schwartz, your vote on student discipline?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. Motion adopted.
Are we ready for the readouts?
Yeah, we're ready for the readouts. Are you going to start with the PERB?
I'm going to end with that one.
Okay, Emil has the,
He doesn't, I do.
Okay, will
But
you-
I thought I would just take care of it tonight, understanding. I've scribbled a little bit. I
Thank
know
you
it
so
can be
much.
confusing.
No.
So Mr. Barham will have this next time.
thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right, so I'm going to do a readout here, and let me know. I should be able to hit everything. I've been juggling paperwork. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Komrosky to approve the compromise and release agreement for case MG and SG. The vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Komrosky and seconded by Member Anderson to approve the final settlement and release agreement for case OAH number 202-408-0654, and the vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Komrosky and seconded by Member Barham to ratify the approval of the claim for damages -TH, originally dated November 14th, 2024, and last revised on December 10th, 2024. And the vote was 5-0. All right, one more. This is the PERB decision, and I'm going to read through a little bit of what we talked about in closed, and what happens in closed stays in closed. But we did make. But that one we crossed off. We did. Because we're bringing it back.
Okay.
We're doing it differently.
And then what about this one, CVSW?
Let me see. This one?
Yes.
I thought I read that
Barham
one.
and
Did I not read it out?
Okay.
I'll do it again. Okay. Sorry for the delay. There's a lot that's gone on today. All right, I'm going to read this out again in case I didn't hit it. It was moved by Member Barham and seconded by Member Wiersma to approve the settlement for case number CVSW 2303372, and that vote was 5-0. Thanks for hanging with us. Now, in closed today, we did talk about PERB, which is the Public Employee Relations Board. I'm not going to share all of that with you, but we did decide as a board majority to go ahead and bring it into the public to vote tonight. So I'm going to give you a short synopsis, And if any of you can stay until the end, I believe you'll get some great additional information that you need to know. But what I'm going to read right now is this. Because California state law requires compliance with the Public Employee Relations Board, which is also known as PERB, and they have ruled in favor of the charging party, which is the Temecula Valley Educators Association, the California Teachers Association, and the National Educators Association. We here are going to vote to rescind BP 5020.01 and AR 6115. Very important note. The window to file an appeal closed prior to this newly constituted board being seated. And stay tuned. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take the vote. Lene, if you would call roll, we'll take care of this and move forward together.
Schwartz,
Steve, your vote?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Is that everything for closed session? Okay.
All right, we got it all. Thank
Now-
you. Thank you for hanging with us.
Okay, student spotlight.
Yes, a breath of fresh air. Recognitions and announcements, school-related organizations.
Yep, we can just call the first ones up. Sydney.
Okay. So,
I'm getting there.
let me get my glasses back on. Chaparral High School, Sydney Ford, and Lucas Liu.
Good evening, Superintendent Woods, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Jordan Pruitt, and I am Chaparral High School's ASB Secretary and Treasurer.
And I'm Lucas Liu, the ASB Vice President. Thank you for having us tonight. We are excited to welcome our new board members so be sure you get your welcome gift of SHAP swag from Jordan. Also, it's a season of giving, so we want to be sure our returning members feel the love too.
Thank you.
We have had an exciting last month and a half, starting with our football senior night game on November 1st. During our halftime show, we recognized our football team, sports medicine program, Fab 5, cheer, ROTC, band, POM, and our other event partner from Platinum Stage Productions.
We also had our annual CATA conference at Disneyland, where we were able to make advancements in our leadership skills, find new ideas to implement on campus, and spend time together bonding at Disneyland. It was great to see all three of our high schools there, not only to learn, but also presenting at the conference.
In order to help bring awareness and hype in the upcoming basketball season, we held our second annual Midnight Madness event on November 15th. This event featured fun competitions between the girls and boys varsity basketball teams, crowd competitions, and a staff versus varsity player scrimmage.
Throughout the first semester, we also had the privilege to work with Great Oak and TV to help plan out and put on the annual Marvelous Show, which took place on November 21st. Each student was paired with 2 escorts, football players, or cheerleaders, and they were able to give a performance of their choosing. This event was incredibly successful and highlighted the many talents of our performers and brought awareness to our unified programs throughout the city. A very fun night for all.
One of our biggest donation drives during the first semester is Operation Christmas Child, where we send shoeboxes full of hygiene products, school supplies, and toys to families in need all around the world. Usually the children who receive these gifts are receiving their first ever Christmas gift. We held our annual packing party on November 21st, where we worked with the organization to put 180 boxes all together.
For the past few weeks, we have been holding futsal intramural games during lunch. Lunch intramurals are always incredibly popular and help bring community inclusion to our school.
In order to help encourage positive behavior and increase school spirit and recognition, we started recognizing prestigious Pumas throughout department awards. Each teacher in a specific department gets to choose one student to recognize and attend these prestigious Pumas luncheons. Please enjoy this video that features some of the events.
and pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? In the lane. Snow is glistening. A beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird. Here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song. Frosty the snowman was a jolly happy soul, with a corncob pipe and a button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal. Frosty.
This week, we are working to end the year strong with a Holiday Spirit Week to help bring some joy to our students during the stress of finals. Today was 'Tis the Season Tuesday, and we are looking forward to dressing up in red and white for Candy Cane Lane on Wednesday. Ugly Christmas sweaters for sweater weather on Thursday, and holiday pajamas for 'Twas the Night Before Break on Friday.
This Wednesday, we are also holding our annual holiday parade during lunch, led by our drumline and cheer, as well as some staff spotlights as Buddy the Elf, Santa Claus, and the Grinch. We hope to continue the holiday festivities as we end the semester.
Looking ahead, we have our Winter Sports Rally on January 14th to help welcome this winter sports season and highlight our athletes from girls and boys basketball, girls and boys soccer, girls and boys wrestling, and girls water polo. This rally provides an opportunity for our athletes and captains to address the school and help encourage their peers to join the student section at home games.
We are also in the process of planning our staff VIP 5-star lunch. Both students and staff collect points and awards for dressing up for Spirit Days and participating in events, and they have their own competitions as well. In order to help encourage the continued participation of our staff, we are holding a VIP 5-star lunch for the current leaders in the competition.
Last month, Chaparral High School was listed on the Educational Results Partnership as part of the school's honor roll. Only 21% of schools in the state made honor roll, and CHS is proud to join the rest of these honored for demonstrating improving levels of achievement and a reduction in achievement gaps among student populations.
We are so proud of the work our Pumas have shown this semester and are excited for the new year. Thank you for your continued support.
Go Pumas!
Thank you, Sydney and Lucas. I want to say I've been trying to update my wardrobe and get rid of my no-show socks, so the crew socks are greatly appreciated. All right, next we have Great Oak High School, Madison Jantz and Abigail Hoot. Ready?
Hello to all board members and audience who are with us tonight. I'm Madison.
And I'm Abby.
And we are your representatives from Great Oak.
Our leadership classes have been working hard to continue to follow our slogan for this year, #GoInspire, in everything that they do. From campaigns hosted to our events that our students have been attending, these last few months have been packed full of activities and accomplishments for our student body.
Starting in the beginning of November, we had our senior night football game. We had a group of skydivers jump into our stadium pregame, carrying flags, wishing our seniors luck, and thanking our amazing sponsors. The final jumper had our American flag, and when he landed, we sang the national anthem, and the game began. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors who helped us with this.
Our leadership class had the opportunity to go to the CATA conference at Disneyland Hotel. We got lots of insight and inspiration from other schools, and we were extremely proud to share the amazing things that happen on our campus and hopefully inspire other campuses in this area.
In the middle of November, our peer leaders hosted Gratitude Week. This week was focused on encouraging our students to practice gratitude in their lives. They hosted a lunch event where anyone who wanted to participate could write a thank you note to our amazing teachers and something they're grateful for on a leaf that created a gratitude tree. Our peer leaders were also hard at work hosting an awareness campaign since we last presented. Bringing awareness to the harmful effects of vaping, they hosted multiple noontime activities where students could learn about what vaping does to our bodies.
The Marvelous Show was definitely a standout. We were honored to have 7 of our own students perform. We loved getting to see all their individual talents and what makes them so marvelous.
And then wrapping up the fall CIF sports season, all of our teams did absolutely amazing. A few special shout outs to our boys cross country, who were Southwestern League champs, and our girls tennis team, who went undefeated with Ava Flanagan and Chloe Lee winning the Southwestern League double championships.
Coming back from break, Madison and I brought together all 400 of our leadership students to decorate cookies and talk about what they were most proud of this first semester and what they were planning to do next semester. This was important because of the large amount of students in our leadership program. We wanted to make sure that all students remain connected between classes. We hope that next semester we continue to build bonds with each other in the amazing events that we put on.
This last week, we had our Winter Wish Rally, where we celebrated students doing amazing things on campus. Thanks to our sponsor, Jostens, we were able to give out $2,000 in gift cards to the amazing students who were recognized by their parents and other fellow students. Following the plot of The Grinch, with our Cindy Lou Who right here with us, our performing teams, with the help of varsity athletes, were able to showcase their holiday spirit.
We hope everyone has a wonderful holiday season, and we can't wait to hit the ground running next semester. Don't forget to #GoInspire.
Please enjoy our video.
All right, thanks, Madison and Abigail. That was fun to watch. Next, we have TVHS, Alicia Rodriguez, and Nick Johnson.
And it's actually Megan Hammond today.
Oh.
Good evening, and thank you for having us back again. It's been a while, but there's lots of exciting things happening back in Bear territory. I'm Nicholas Johnson.
And I'm Megan. This last week, we finished up our 7-on-7 flag football lunchtime intramural tournament. 12 teams competed, each against each other. With a little competition, players and fans got to support their friends and have tons of fun. It was awesome seeing so many students coming out to watch the action. Each semester, we host 2 different intramurals. It's a way for students to get involved who maybe don't do sports or aren't a part of other school activities.
Last month, before Thanksgiving break, we had our drive-in movie. In our senior lot, students brought their cars, lawn chairs, and blankets to watch The Nightmare Before Christmas. It fits perfectly right between Halloween and Christmas. It's always a fun vibe with connections in front of the gym, and students walking from car to car, chatting with their friends, and kind of watching the movie. Any student who earned a 3.0 or better GPA on their progress reports also received free popcorn.
Also, last week was open mic night. It's such a fun thing that we put on twice a year where any student can get up on stage and perform. The audience is so encouraging and engaging to make a great opportunity for others to show their skills and hard work.
Instead of just hearing from us, we have a few interviews with students from girls basketball, a few of our boys water polo players, the directors of our senior directed play, Almost Maine, and 2 of our dancers that helped put on Valley Fusion. Let's turn it over to them. And here are some of the pictures from our events. I'm here with Alliance Dance members.
Celine. Emily.
And guys, what is your favorite part about Valley Fusion?
I love how it's a dance performance that brings holiday spirit.
And coming together as all 3 schools and all the teams to put on this fun performance.
I'm here with water polo.
Connor Lou.
Oh, Elijah Farrell.
And what was your favorite moments leading up to CIF?
When I assisted him with his goals that he scored.
Yeah, I scored 8 goals in the game against Vista.
I'm here with one of our varsity girls cross country runners.
Natalia Canapari.
And what was it like running CIF?
It was awesome. I loved getting to run one last really good meet with the best group of girls ever. It was definitely a cool memory.
And I'm here with
Sienna Ferguson, Lizzie Shed,
and we're from
Girls Basketball.
Okay, so Sienna, what are you most excited for this season?
I'm most excited to play as my team for the last season.
Amazing. Lizzie, how are you preparing to have the best season?
I'm just getting in the gym as much as possible and taking the opportunities to bond with my team whenever I can.
Amazing.
Thank you. Come on, Girls Basketball!
And I'm here with
Emma DeLuca.
Josephina Harms. And you guys were both the senior directors of Almost Maine. So tell me, what was your favorite part? What was your favorite experience from Almost Maine?
I think my favorite part was seeing the end result after so much time being put into it, because we spent so long putting together this show, and then seeing the final product and seeing our actors develop throughout the process was really great.
Yeah, same here. Especially seeing the audience reaction. It was just so perfect seeing what we envisioned is exactly how they reacted. Their laughs and giggles and things. It was just very sweet, and I'm really proud of it.
Thanks for having us, and we'll see you soon. And go Bears!
Go Bears! Thanks, Megan, and thank you, Nick. And lastly, we have RVHS, Robbie, how do you say it? Zlapka and Jaden Ankar.
I think they just have a video.
Not here tonight?
They just have a video.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. I'm Nathan Lazoya.
And I'm Robbie Slapka, and we're from Rancho Vista High School. We are beyond excited to share with you the incredible events and accomplishments that have taken place since we last met.
To start, we kicked off the quarter right with Rancho Strong Day, which included Club Rush, Fall Festival, and our alumni speakers. This event brought our staff and students together for a day filled with games, food, and music. It was a wonderful opportunity for staff and students to bond with one another and celebrate this wonderful season. A huge shout out to Miss Natalie, Mr. Brad, and Miss Amanda from Nutrition Services for hosting the amazing barbecue lunch. We also got to hear from some alumni speakers that graduated from Rancho Vista during this time. They shared their journey, experiences, and of course advice with our students, motivating them to dream big and work hard towards their goals. It was heartwarming to see our Eagles inspired by those who once walked in their shoes.
Another highlight was our recognition of our credit crunchers. This event was for the students that passed all classes during the first quarter of the year. They were rewarded with a delicious pancake breakfast.
October really brought out the creative side with our door decorating contest and Spirit Week. Each advisory class had the opportunity to design a themed door to represent school spirit, creativity, and was overall something that really brightened up the campus. Congratulations to Cunningham's class for winning during Spirit Week. Our students showcased their school pride through dress-up days, activities, and even a staff versus student football game, which sadly, for the students, staff came out with the win.
We also had a Dangers of Fentanyl guest speaker on Halloween. It was very interesting and impactful as the speaker had lost his daughter to fentanyl poisoning. He shared her story and the impact it made on their life. Overall, we believe it was a good learning experience for us and other students.
To start off November right, we hosted a very successful career day. Professionals in various fields from lawyers to wildland firefighters visited the campus to share their past and present experiences and expertise to give our students a glimpse into their careers. It was a very valuable opportunity for students to explore their interests and ask questions.
We have a new Cal Soap College Success Coach, Justin Harrell, who, along with Ruth Ramirez, is helping students connect to their post-secondary goals, MSJC, FAFSA, work skills, trade schools, etc.
We started an ed foundation called Temecula SOAR Foundation, which, if you don't know, SOAR stands for Student Opportunities Through Alternative Resources, a first ever for our VHS, so that we can fund intramural sports and other activities for students. Several of our RVHS students attend the Young Women's Career Conference as well. We're also thrilled to announce our recent model continuation high school visit. It was an honor to be considered for this visit, and we were more than eager to showcase the various initiatives and programs that make our school a unique and impactful place.
A heartfelt thank you to Kim Lay, the generous owners of 1909, for the incredible gesture and gifting a fabulous lunch to 50 students from Rancho. Your kindness and community spirit have not only provided a delicious meal, but also created a memorable experience for these students. Acts of goodwill like yours inspire others and remind us of the power of generosity and support within our community. Thank you once again for making a positive impact, for your dedication to nurturing the next generation.
As we wrap up, we're proud to share that our students continue to soar. With every event and program, our campus grows stronger every day. And we're reminded of how incredible our Eagles truly are. Thank you for your time and support.
Soar with style, Eagles.
Thank you. All right, item O is public comment. The governing board welcomes public comments. This is the first time for open session public comments. Public comments are allowed up to a maximum of 3 minutes per comment in order received, to a maximum of 30 minutes per item for comments on agenda items or non-agenda items. For consent agenda item topics, a limit of 3 minutes will be allowed from one speaker. Unless the item has been placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act, there shall be no action taken. No discussion will be made regarding personal issues in open session. All public comments are an important part of the board meeting and are given careful consideration by the governing board. Do you have a list?
We have 12 regular public comments.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so we only have 12.
Okay, so Madam President, I move to suspend the rules limiting public discussion to 30 minutes in order to allow all 12 speakers to speak for up to 3 minutes each.
Okay, I second. Is anyone opposed to allowing all 12 people to speak for 3 minutes? Okay. All in favor? We don't need to vote? Okay. Good. All right, so I don't have a list. Okay.
First up is Jack Marston, followed by Riley Niemeyer.
Point of order. I think it would be wise to read through the public comments. Usually we give some sort of commentary on expectations. So I think that would be good. It's section O. Did you read it? Okay.
I just read it.
You know what? I think it was Dr. Komrosky that I remembered adding additional verbiage.
Okay.
So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so first up is Jack Marston. Okay, moving on, Riley.
All right, so, wait, Steve Schwartz isn't on speaker. Should I put him on speaker? Okay, never mind. All right, perfect. All right, hello, board. So, first off, I wanted to say that Komrosky and Jen have done a great job the past 2 years, and hopefully this streak of representing the people of Temecula can continue. But something I wanted to bring up that only three board members for sure know about, that I want the rest of the board and staff to know about, especially the superintendent, Dr. Gary Woods here. I wanted to discuss on November 17th, there was an incident where 3 elected board members were meeting at a local restaurant in the city, and they were sitting at the table talking. One of them is the incumbent, Stephen Schwartz. The other 2 are, freshman board members. They weren't, what's the word? The election was not certified yet, but they were in a lead, and they were for sure going to get elected. And I think this is a Brown Act violation because you have 3 board members meeting in private. They did not tell anybody about it. They did not discuss what they were talking about openly to the public, so we have no idea what they were talking about because it was a private meeting, although it wasn't a public restaurant. So these 2 board members, Melinda Anderson and Emil Barham, they were freshmen at the time. They weren't even sworn in yet, so maybe they can get a little bit of leeway there and claim that they did not know the law. But Stephen Schwartz, who is a 4-year incumbent on the Temecula Valley School Board, should definitely know the law, especially a man who thinks he's so smart that he should be able to be board president. He said he wants to be board president about an hour ago because of how much he knows the rules and how to run a meeting based off of seniority. If he's so knowledgeable about the school board, he should know this is in the violation of the Brown Act, or at least in the spirit of the Brown Act. And let's see. What was I going to say? I kind of forgot what I said. Let's think here. I still have a minute. Hold on. I got to think. I didn't write it down. What was it? Oh, yeah. So the reason why I have a suspicion that they were talking about board meeting stuff at Richie Diner and not just friendly stuff, talking about their family, their pets, and their dogs and everything, is because when they voted for board president, Steve instantly said, I second for Melinda, which seems a bit odd because Melinda never said why she thought she'd be a good candidate, and Schwartz never asked why she would be a good candidate, and that was just a bit suspicious. And then Emil just voted for Melinda without even asking why she should be president. When Emil was up for vote to be board clerk, there was no discussion on it. It was yes, yes, yes. That seems very odd. The public was kept out of the reasoning for why these 2 were elected board president and board clerk, and the public needs to be involved. And I believe that these 3 board members committed a Brown Act violation, and especially Stephen Schwartz, who for sure as hell knows the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Melania, followed by Melanie.
Hello. I won't waste my breath on Emil Barham or Melinda Anderson right now. Dr. Komrosky, congratulations on being reelected. I can't say I'm surprised that you're back in your seat since you were elected in the first place by the majority and the recall was based on deception. I want to say that it's been a privilege to serve you on this campaign, and I'm really glad to see you back on this board. I know that you will continue to fight for family values and that you will continue to protect the innocence of children. So I still stand by you, and I know that the majority still does, and we look forward to seeing what you do on this school board, and thank you for fighting and taking the hits and dealing with absolute serpents every day for a really long time now. I really appreciate your efforts, and you as well, Jen. Thank you for voting on family values. I say this all the time, and a lot of people are sick of it, but as a Gen Z, seeing my generation targeted like this is why I got involved. Seeing the activism that they push on us in schools and this gender nonsense that they're pushing on us and the violation of parental rights is a huge reason why I got involved in the first place. And I know a lot of people are involved in this for power and reputation and fame. And I really just would encourage you guys to ask people like me or Riley and other Gen Zers what the issues are and what we're facing and hear the sides that we have. And again, it's hard, man. It's been a long run and a long fight. So I didn't write anything down today even because I'm so tired. But again, just thank you, Dr. K, especially for your efforts. And you are an absolute warrior. I am so honored and I will remember serving on this campaign forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Melanie Bussar, followed by Amarissa.
So, for those of you who know me
I'm
and
sorry
my,
to interrupt. I just want to ask a quick question. Continue, thank you.
For those of you who know me and my bestie Gia here, you know, we show up and we speak out, and we don't always do it with finesse. Sometimes we do it like a wrecking ball. And this past July, Gia and I, we were canvassing for Emil's opponent. We ran into him in the middle of the street, and I was like, oh, this guy's about to have a bad day. Because the two of us, we're not known for pulling punches, and if you get the both of us together, you better bring your A game, because we were going to ask some hard questions. You know, and Emil could have walked away from us then, but he didn't. He didn't dismiss us at all. He didn't say, well, you're not on my side. Nope. It was 100 degrees outside, and Emil stood there for an hour. And he listened to us. He listened to our concerns about the school board and where the school board would go if he was elected. We did not 100% agree, but we did 100% get along. And let me tell you, there are plenty of people in this room who would see their opposition coming down the street and immediately sprint to their air-conditioned cars like it was the last chopper at Annam. But this isn't exactly a story about Emil. This is a story about what our community can get back to. We don't have to agree on anything. Jen, we were talking about this. That's not realistic. Like, I can't even get my kids to agree on what we're gonna have for dinner. But we also don't have to automatically demonize each other for seeing things differently. Like, we can still stand here and say our truths and not have this room become the new housewives of Temecula. We just have to have the courage to stick around and have those hard conversations. Like, maybe we can stop seeing each other as sides and start seeing each other as people. Congratulations, Melinda.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. And I just want to briefly thank you for everything you're doing. And I hope that we can lower the temperature and just treat each other with mutual respect and move on from here. So let's get it done.
Thank you.
Next up is Amarissa, followed by Jack Guerrero. Okay, Jack Guerrero.
Good afternoon or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jack Guerrero. I am a Temecula resident and community activist. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate all of the newly elected board members and welcome the new entrants, Emil Barham, Dr. Melinda Anderson, and of course, community hero, Dr. Joseph Komrosky. We are just so thrilled and relieved to have you back on this board. Welcome back. Well-deserved approbation from the people. I also want to express my support for Board Member Wiersma. I think your comments were spot on during the reorganization proceedings. I think you would have made an excellent chair based on your experience in the face of the most challenging circumstances. As a former mayor and city council member in a different jurisdiction, I can speak with some authority about the success of a chair in any organization being dependent on, yes, ethical disposition, yes, an interest in moving in a new direction, but also experience and institutional knowledge. And I think you would have brought that to the table. But the decision has been made. I do want to start with a clean slate. Dr. Anderson, congratulations on your appointment. I think if you govern fairly and you respect the values of this community, you will earn our support, and I look forward to that. I also want to celebrate the broader message from this community, which is that we will not stand for the sexual, medical, or political indoctrination of our children. That is not the role of the school district. You are not parents, you are not pastors. You are not medical practitioners. Your role is to educate our children, to teach them to think critically, reasonably, analytically, to inculcate values that are aligned with core academic disciplines, and to prepare them for the workforce and or college and university as applicable. That is your job. And if you are successful in this endeavor, you will earn the support of this community. God bless the city of Temecula, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. Next up is Danny Molina, followed by George Rapsowitz.
Good evening, board members. Congratulations, Dr. Melinda, Dr. K. It's great to see you back, sir. And of course, Mr. Emil Barham. I canvassed for you, I walked for you, so congratulations, sir. I sit in the back, and I know that this meeting started out a little rough, you know? There's a lot of dirty laundry that kind of got aired, and with many people, I'm sure, watching online, they think about, you know, possible concerns of division and board members fighting. And I'm confident that that's not going to happen. You know, I've had a chance to speak with each and every one of you on my podcast. We put it public. I think about what you said, Dr. K. You said, take a breath, sit back. How's everybody doing? And I can't help but think about if Dr. Anderson, Dr. K, and Emil, if you three weren't in the seat, and if there were another three in those seats, and how this side of the room will be filled, and how the vitriol towards Jen would happen. And I would like to, I hope that conservatives like myself consider that and think about how upset that would make us, how frustrating and unfair that would be. I don't like the division, the chaos, the negativity. I've never have. And I've spoken out about that adamantly throughout the community. And this isn't a left versus right thing. It's a right versus wrong. It's about what you're doing up here and how it impacts the community as a whole. And I am confident that all five of you will represent the community honestly and fairly. I do not think that what we just experienced, at least I hope, is not a precursor for what we expect in the future. And I like what I see up here. I appreciate all of you, all of the staff here, and I look forward to 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you. George, followed by Slim.
Good evening, Dr. George Rapsowitz here. Dr. Anderson, I got to know you a little bit when I was out running for city council. Awesome woman. Congratulations. Congratulations on what took place tonight for you as well. Jen, good seeing you again. Dr. Komrowski, that recall was BS, and I'm so glad you're back in-house. Emil, come to find out, my best friend, his brother was married to your sister. God bless her soul. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm glad you're here. You're a good dude. I'm going to set you all up for success as a parent with a daughter in this school district. Mr. Schwartz, I have some concerns. The reason I have some concerns with you is while I was running for city council, I had the opportunity to interact with a political action committee that calls themselves Temecula Valley One Pack. Temecula Valley One Pack, the majority of them don't even reside in the city. Mr. Schwartz was endorsed by that political action committee. And that political action committee consists of Satanists, pedophiles, and transgenders. Fact. So I would hope the school board will take that into consideration because I have a child that goes to the school and I don't want her exposed to that nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Slim, followed by Josh. Slim, followed by Josh.
So first, I'd like to congratulate everyone for their victory. And whether we agree or not, that's life. We're not always going to agree, but hopefully we can work together. Sorry about my voice, I talk too much. Anyway, my motivation is always for the children. Even though mine are grown, I still think as adults we have responsibilities to them, and I will always fight for them, whether they're mine or someone else. And I think it's all responsibility of all adults to protect children. As someone else said earlier, we teach them reading, writing, arithmetic, science, math. Anything else should be done at home. And the fact that politicians think they have the power of control to change that is appalling to me. I know it follows a paycheck. You have to do what you're told, but sometimes we have to stand up and say wrong is wrong. The left will always say that God loves everyone, Jesus loves everyone, God is love. Well, if we love our children, we should tell them the truth and treat them like that. Jesus said in St. John 15:33, greater love has no man than this, that one lay down his life for his friends. Jesus' death and resurrection. But what do you witness from sometimes both sides? They lie, cheat, and steal, and kill because they love you. They will curse at you, flip you the bird because they love you. They express psychotic hatred towards you because they love you. They will call you homophobe, transphobe, Christian nationalist, white supremacist, deplorable, just for disagreeing with them because they love you. They blaspheme Jesus' Last Supper, a sacred Christian memorial. At the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris, France, because they love you. They burn down cities, topple statues because they love you. They murder innocent babies inside and outside the womb because they love you. And under the false guise of national health and safety to accept fake COVID-19 vaccine mandates, they deny parental rights and sexually exploit your children because they love you. They encourage drag queen story hour for your impressionable children because they love you. They teach your children there's more than two genders, denying scientific facts and biology, just like the Democratic Party did during American slavery, because they love you. And they forced you to accept racist REDI.
Time.
Race, equity, diversity, inclusion, because they love you.
Thank you. Next up is Josh Sherling, followed by Christopher Bout.
Didn't really prepare remarks for tonight. Was going to watch what happened, get to a feel of the new board members. I'm very excited to see all of you. I respect each one of you for stepping up into a leadership role in our community. It's hard. It puts a target on your back. No matter what people agree with you or don't agree with you, they're going to put a target on your back. I would be another voice that we bring the tone down, bring the rhetoric down, bring the personal attacks down. I don't think publicly is the place to talk about the things that we've had said tonight. I was particularly embarrassed having high school kids listen to grown adults talk about calling people liars, saying that I'm being spied on, saying all this, like, all the dirty laundry that came out tonight. If my kids were arguing that way, I would take away their phones. So what do I hope the new board's going to bring? I hope collaboration. I hope teamwork, leadership, without having to fight culture wars. I don't think this community wants to be a battleground for culture wars. Jen, you asked me, like, why can't my wife's class get a teacher after 2 years? It's a STEPS class. And I thought about it after talking with you. Who would want to come work in a district that's a culture battleground? People don't want this. I don't want this for my kids. One of my kids identifies as a they, and I love them. I have a kid with ADHD. I got a kid who's just, well, he's kind of awesome. takes after his mom. I've got 3 kids in this district. My wife works for this district. Please support the teachers, support the staffs. I know that there's negotiations going on right now for our teachers. That should be what these comments are about. They should be about the real challenges that face this board. And we don't need to step into fights for other people outside of this community. We need to take care of our children, not everybody else's, just our district, our teachers, our classified staff, and the administrative people here. Real quick, Dr. Woods, when you first got hired, I said I would let you show me what kind of leadership. I want to say thank you. And for the new board members, respect is given. I'll respect you for your position. Trust is earned. So please do the right thing for the right reasons, and transparency is everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Bout, followed by Jennifer Smith.
Good evening, board. My name is Christopher Bout. I'm a local parent. Congratulations to the new trustees, Dr. Anderson, Emil, and who else is up here? Yeah. And of course, Dr. K. So glad you're back here. I mean, you were like a rock, and you are a patriot. You are a fighter. And I came up here with all this praise because, frankly, I'm a little bit taken aback because I thought we were going to rally around some experience to get Jen or Dr. K as board president. But I'm a little bit confused because the first thing, when we had that discussion, Schwartz nominates you, Dr. Anderson. And you seconded that, and so I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And then when we're talking about CSBA, you nominate Schwartz, and you second that. So you ran as a Christian, and I'm like, wait a second, because Schwartz is known to hang out with liberals, with Democrats, with transvestites, with Satanists. We all know that. We all know that, okay? So Schwartz's political disposition is completely incongruous to our community, and as Christians, I am just baffled why you guys voted for Schwartz. I'm hoping that you guys, this is my prayer, Ecclesiastes 4:12. You guys got to come together. You guys got to gel. You guys got leadership right here. I want you guys to lean on this leadership. And I'm actually just kind of disgusted how this first meeting has gone. All right? So I'm expecting you guys to come together, lean on Jen and Dr. K, okay? Because you got a lot of experience there. You got a lot of leadership, and they know where all the skeletons are. You guys don't, with all due respect. You don't. And I'm actually, I was hoping that you would step out, okay? That you would concede when Schwartz nominated you. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on in your head. But anyways, my prayer is Ecclesiastes 4:12. You guys come together. A cord of 3 is not easily broken. Just think of a cord of 4. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Jennifer Smith.
Good evening. My name's Jennifer, and I'm a parent of 2 students here, ex-PTA board member, and a current classified employee at an elementary school. I'm here to ask the board to keep these few things in mind as we move forward. Years ago, I spoke on the safety of all students when it comes to our SPED community. Our aides are continuously undertrained and overworked. Aides are also continually asked and told to do tasks that are outside of their description. While the obvious answer is that they should say no, saying no will affect the student's safety and well-being. The amount of lack of support our SPED and SDC students receive can affect all students on campus. When a student elopes from their aides or classrooms and run into other classrooms, it can be scary for the younger kids, especially when the adults are not able to quickly remove that student and a game of chase begins. This can sometimes happen daily for periods at a time. I would like to see you work with the site and district staff to see what changes need to be made to improve safety and morale in these areas. I believe every bite and injury a SPED student creates, the parent should be notified, and after so many injuries a student causes, they should be moved to where they can be better cared for. Another issue I see is I understand that funding is going to change significantly next year. I also understand that enrollment has been on a steady decline for years, and on top of that, attendance is low. What if we could provide full busing routes to make these children able to make it to school on a regular basis? I believe that could offer a huge support to many of our parents that have trouble getting their kids to school for the multitude of reasons. Wouldn't that be a benefit all around for us to get these kids to school on a regular basis? Wouldn't kids test better, therefore improving district scores? For those that may not know, we currently subcontract a lot of our busing to Hemet. Is there a problem with utilizing our current transportation staff? My last item is, of course, our teachers. They've been through a lot. The district has not been kind to our teachers, painting them out to be monsters of all kinds. A lot has always been expected from teachers without comparable compensation. Teachers are expected to set up, dismantle classrooms in a short amount of hours. Realistically, that should take days. Teachers are expected to review, grade, and enter scores, but are not given adequate time during business hours. People talk about how proud they are of the district's surplus of funds, yet it's teachers and parents that are keeping these classrooms stocked. This year I donated to a friend's kids so their band could go to a competition. Band and other activities are what the district is so proud of to promote but won't fund. Many parents are donating so much to the schools because our teachers receive only $250 per year for supplies. Let me repeat that. Teachers are only given $250 per year for classroom supplies. When teachers halted their extras like after-school clubs because their COLA wasn't automatically approved as it should have been, many people look down on them for doing the job that they are paid to do. I don't believe the way they're treated is right, and I hope we can get to work on improving morale, improving you're here for the students, and I'd like to see those improvements that actually...
Time. Thank you.
Okay, are there any remaining public comments on the agendized items this evening?
There's one for consent and one action, which we'll probably listen to those.
Okay. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine, and all will be inactive with one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. We have item 2 removed, item 4, and item 11. All right. 4? So we have public comment on consent item 4.
Josh Shearling.
Not sure if it's the right consent item, but it's the one about the law firm. Sure, I'll just make my comment now because it'll make sense. Sure. Lawyers, we seem to get a lot of them in the last couple of years. I think of lawyers as rumble strips on the highway. Like, I'm glad they're there, but when you're hearing them, you're driving erratically. Like, that's what a lawyer is to me. You guys are driving the bus. We are all passengers. My kids, my wife are passengers on this bus. You guys are driving it. I would really like it because I understand lawyers are necessary. Things happen in classrooms, things happen in schools where parents sue the district. I get that. It's part of the system. But as much as it's up to the 5 of you, if you can minimize policies that get us to get lawyers, I would really appreciate that. Because every dollar that we pay to a law firm, even pro bono, who's still going to charge us for all these incidental hours they're going to bill us that we don't know about what's going to be yet, all those dollars is money that we're not giving to more aides, the aide who came, thank you, the aides that are being bitten and scratched, and which is my wife is one of them. And she does it for a third of what I make. It's so not fair. We could be using the money that we give to lawyers in classrooms, on better IT equipment, so that Mr. Schwartz doesn't have to be a cell phone held to a microphone. Love you, Steve, but you don't look that good. So please, if you guys are considering policies that you're having to run by legal counsel, can you please don't participate in the culture war that's a distraction. It's a distraction from what the job of this board should be, which, like, nicely was talking about busing routes and funding buses, funding bands, funding the extracurriculars that make our little people into good humans, into well-functioning adults. Yes, that's what we should be spending our money on. So please, don't do things that get us sued so we don't have to hire more lawyers. That's what the comment was for this moment. Thank you, Dr. Woods.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I call for a motion and a second to approve all consent items that were not pulled. So that would be the exception of 2, 4, and 11 for separate action or table.
Moved. Second.
Lene, will you please call roll?
Schwartz?
Your vote?
Yeah, but I mention it, so make sure they talk about.
Steve, Steve, those items have been pulled. This is to vote all of the other items that have not been pulled. So your vote?
No, I agree, but I want to make sure that I get to talk about Brenner. I don't know if she mentioned it.
Yes, correct. We have that item coming up.
Yes? Okay.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. Okay. So we'll call number 2, and are there any comments related to item number 2?
So I pulled the governing board minutes on August 27th, 2024, because it does not accurately list what happened. There is an information and report section along with negotiations, and then there was board comments. That was the night I was shut down. There were no board comments, and I'm sure this just came through from another template. I'm not sure, but I did do the reading, and it's perfect that we're talking about this because it may parlay into talking about the next. But what we need to do with this is just clean it up, which is easy, bring it back in January. We'll be good to go.
Jen, would you like us to pull that and amend it for January?
It has to be.
Yeah.
The minutes have to accurately reflect what happened. And I want to thank Lene for all the hard work that you do. And things happen, so I've got the grace and space for that. So I appreciate you. And yes, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
We'll bring it back in January.
So we'll vote on that
And
in
then we'll vote
January.
on it then. Thank you.
Okay. And the next item we had public comment on already is item number 4. It was pulled by Schwartz.
We are on your pulled item on the warrant list. You're on speaker.
Yes. I'm to continue respect. I'm going to ask in upcoming board agenda items is to modify our policy of calling legal and getting it to a place where it is difficult to call legal, and not to make it difficult, but only make sure that if someone doesn't need to speak to one of our attorneys, it's done for a good reason, and we don't run up behind legal bills.
Okay, so that's something we could maybe amend the bylaws in a future meeting.
Steve, did you hear Dr.?
Employee comment.
So Steve, are you in agreement with that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And the last item.
So I have a comment here before we move on. In terms of those who look at the warrant list, I want you to understand that legal is a part of the process, and I do think in 2025, we will be doing things differently. There was time I had to bring in an attorney who would give me the honest answers I was seeking. And I don't take it lightly. I am always thinking about protecting the kids, our budget, and understanding that we have been entrusted with a really special responsibility. And so with that, what I want you to know, if you're listening, is that I don't take that for granted. And we had pretty abnormal circumstances that were egregious, and I did what I felt was right, and I always will. But moving forward, I think, Mr. Schwartz, we will be united in understanding we'll do some things differently, and we're going to hold the line on some things, and we'll have the discussion. So with that, I appreciate you bringing that up. And again, I look forward to 2025.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? I call for a motion and a second to approve consent item number 4 that was pulled for separate action.
Move. Second.
Okay, Lene, will you please call roll?
Schwartz?
Mr. Schwartz? Mr. Schwartz, your vote on approving the warrant list?
But the rest are yes.
Yes, I heard a yes.
Yes.
Okay, Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. And then the last one was consent item number 11. That was pulled by Mr. Barham.
Yes. So thank you, Dr. Velez, for answering my questions on this contract. But I had a few other ones that I'm going to direct to the superintendent because he likes this contract. So that's what I was told. So I want to ask you about it. So in terms of, this contract is not paid out of the general fund. It's paid out of the ELOP grant. So I wanted to know how much is this grant and what is the duration of this grant, first of all?
Who can help me on the total value of ELOP?
I can help. So
Okay.
ELOP is about $7 million, and it's ongoing.
It's ongoing?
Yes.
And when did it start?
I want to say this is our 3rd year of ELOP.
Okay. So here's my question. Within the parameters of the grant, with these 2 schools that the contract is going to serve, would the grant pay for teachers? And I'm going to approve this item, but I'm just curious whether the parameters in the grant would approve teachers working with students after school.
I've seen it done that way, definitely. Sure. That's an extended program. Remember, ELOP covers all the extended programs that we have. Could be before school, could be after school, could be intersession type work. So as long as you can characterize it after school, beyond the normal school day, you usually can make a case for it.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Yes, Dr. Woods, I would agree with that.
So have we done that in the past with this grant, or?
So, Mr. Barham, to answer that question, a lot of times our site administrators will offer to teachers to do tutoring after school. It is not a very popular thing, to be
Okay.
honest with you. We have a very hard time sometimes getting teachers to want to do that after school. It's hit or miss in different places, but that's been typically what we run into.
Okay. All right, so this is why you would extend this contract to outside sources?
That is correct. And then, as I stated kind of in the email, we'll continue to monitor to see if there's really any student impact. And if there's not, then we will not continue the contract.
Okay, so would you, during what period of time would you, when would be the first monitoring period? Like 3 or 4 months after it begins?
I think definitely after the first of the year. So this is a ratification since there wasn't a meeting necessarily last month. So it'll give us November, December, January. So probably I would say early February, mid-February would be the next test and the next gauge of how we would, and we'd bring that information back to the board, and particularly in a Friday recap.
So you also would, in February, for example, when you get a progress report, you would check to see with the classroom teacher to see if there's correlation between the student's performance and the progress report from this outside agency?
Yes, that's correct. But let me clarify that the agency that we're using, Vestal, actually provides monthly reports. Okay. So we would then, in about February, compare that to kind of our district assessments and see where they're landing district-wide, not just on an individual level at the site, if that makes sense. So it's almost a double measure.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great, you're welcome.
Is there any additional comments? All right. Where did I put my glasses? I call for a motion and a second to approve consent item number 11 that was pulled for separate action.
Moved.
Second. Lene, will you please call roll?
Schwartz?
Steve, your vote on item 11?
Where's
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. All right. We are down to Q. First interim financial report, 2024 to 2025. Mrs. Lash? Thank you.
This on? Yeah? Okay. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present the first interim budget. But I in no way prepare this budget by myself. In fact, we have an entire department of folks in our fiscal services team whose job is dedicated to preparing and maintaining this budget. They are led by their fearless leader, our Director of Fiscal Services, Jamie Ledesma. She stays sitting down so then I don't ask her any questions. But just wanted to make sure I introduce her because it's definitely an incredible amount of work that gets put into a budget, and it's just my honor to do the presentation on it. With that, just for those that don't know me, I'm a graduate of TVUSD and proud parent of 2 TVUSD students, so I am all in on Temecula Valley Unified School District. And with that, we'll get started. I apologize in advance. This presentation is a little bit longer than normal, but I know we do have some new board members, and I just want to make sure I go slow and do a thorough explanation of the presentation and what I'm asking you to approve tonight. You have 2 documents in front of you. One of them is the report itself. It is 111 pages. I completely understand how complicated that report is, and so I will always provide information to make it digestible for you. And then the other thing you have is a copy of the slides. So just as a point of clarification, a budget is not fiscal services or Nicole Lash taking her best guess at what the future is going to hold, but it's just a quantification of all the things that we are currently doing or plan to do. It's putting dollars to actions. But with that, it's a living document. As things change, we're constantly updating our budget to be accurate and updated with new information. So tonight, we're going to talk about the financial cycle and why in this December board meeting are you seeing this tonight. We're also looking at what you're actually approving, which is the budget certification. We'll get into the numbers a bit, and then we'll talk about California economy and what to be on the lookout for in the future. Okay, with that, you've seen this many times. This is the financial cycle. For one school year, you will see the financial information 6 times. The very first time you see a budget, well, starting on the left, is at that adopted budget period. You see it in June. And so for 24-25, you have an adopted budget. You don't see it again until December, which brings us to tonight. So tonight I'll be presenting the first interim report. Period covered talks about in that report, it gives you real, actual revenues and expenditures to date through October 31st. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in 1 second. Then you're going to see this again in March. Thank you for approving those board dates. I will be back in a few months to present second interim. And then the last time you see this as a budget is June again at estimated actuals. After that, we close the books and we come back in September and we show you we're all done. Here's what actually happened after seeing 4 budgets. Unaudited actuals comes in September. And then you'll see this one more time in either December or January in our audited financial statements. So there's some overlap. Right now, we are talking about 2024-25 first interim. Next month, you're going to see last year, 23-24's audited financial statements. So in January, you're going to see last year's numbers. So we're kind of running 2 financial cycles concurrently. So with that, the budget certification, this is what the board's responsibility is. You are not verifying every number in that budget is accurate. You are approving the certification of the budget. There are 3 certifications: positive, qualified, or negative. Positive meaning that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations as they come due. Qualified means you may be able to meet those financial obligations for this year and the next 2 years. Negative means your budget's showing you're not going to be able to make payroll, you're not going to be able to make your financial obligations as they come due. So the big flashing arrows tell you that the certification that we're asking you to approve tonight is a positive certification that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for this year and the following 2 years. In your report, in that 111 pages, you'll find this on page 4. Woohoo! Yeah. So how to read financial statements. This is a kind of a snapshot or a screenshot of what page 6 looks like. The budget is what is in column D. It is your projected year totals. So you're going to see that $303 million in a couple slides for our LCFF sources. The box in the middle will tell you what budget period you're looking at. So this is 24-25 first interim. You're looking at the general fund. That's the one we talk about the most, but we do have other funds. Actuals to date, the column right next to it to the left, column C, we talked about that period covered, July 1st through October 31st. So LCFF sources, we're projecting to receive $303 million. To date, we've received $68,306,000. Make sense? The pages that follow after that in that massive report are just the detail or breakdown of these numbers. So if we're looking at that $303 million, this is on page 6. Page 7 looks like this. It's a breakdown of all those LCFF sources with the total down at the bottom of that $303 million. Okay, so just so you can familiarize yourself with the format of that 111-page document, if you do decide to look at it, that's how they read. I will always provide you a summary, and I will always provide you a presentation in a more digestible manner. But just in case you decide that you can't sleep one night and you want to read through it, that's how they're presented. Okay, so with that, let's actually talk about our first interim budget. Some of the highlights that I will tell you about that you will actually see in the numbers on the following slides. So interest rates are higher than we projected. So our money that's sitting in the county treasury is earning interest, and it's earning interest, back in May when we were building the budget, there was a lot of doom and gloom, a lot of uncertainty about what the economy was going to do, so we brought down our projections for what we thought interest was going to look like. Actually, interest came in great to close out 23-24, and even better starting out 24-25. So you're going to see that in some of our projections on some future slides. So this is good news. This is not interest we pay, but interest we earn. Special education enrollment is up, and this is not just TVUSD. Statewide, districts overall are shrinking in size, but the percentage of students or the population of students that qualify for special education is actually increasing. What does that mean in a financial projection? It tends to cost us more money to educate individual students on a per student basis as this trend happens. And again, this is not specific to TVUSD, this is statewide. Our unduplicated pupil percentage is down. We talk a lot about our unduplicated pupil percentage. What that is the number of students that are either foster youth, English learners, or qualify for free and reduced lunch. So that is the percentage of our population that falls into one of those categories. From last year actually came down. And that has a direct impact on our funding. And lastly, you're going to see a lot of our utilizing of one-time block grant dollars. We received one-time money, we're spending it down. You're going to see that in our multi-year projections. Okay, so this is a budget summary. This is as high level as it gets, and it's a snapshot of our total financial position in a multi-year projection. That top line is revenue, so total revenues all together combined. We're going from $398 million this year, $403 million next year, $415 million projected for 26-27. That's our revenue. Expenditures, we are planning on are also going up, trending up. This year, we're projecting $424 million expended, $427 million next year, and $439 million the third year out. So this means that we are spending more than we're bringing in. That net decrease is $26 million this year and about $23 million the following 2 years. So we're spending more than we're bringing in, but that's intentional. A lot of this is us spending down one-time dollars, dipping into that ending fund balance that was referred to earlier. And so when we look at our ending fund balance, and we're going to look at these numbers in more detail, but just a snapshot, our ending fund balance is projected to go from $135 million this year to $112 million next year, down to $88 million in 26-27. But don't hit the panic button because the devil is in the details, which we'll get into next. Okay, so budget assumptions. These numbers are very important, and we talk a lot about our unduplicated pupil percentage. You hear the word COLA quite a bit, and our ADA. All of these things have a direct impact on how much money we receive as a district. So I just talked about our UPP, our unduplicated pupil percentage. We are funded off of the average of 3 years. These are projections again, but this year our UPP, funded UPP, is 35.5%. Next year we'll go up to about 38%, and then you see it starts trending down a little bit in 26-27. COLA. COLA is what the state determines they are going to give to school districts. It is not how much more does it cost TVUSD to operate? Oh, let me go ahead and fund that. That's not what COLA is. That is a common misconception because obviously it costs us a lot more than 1.07% to move from last year to this year. It is a calculation. It's a complicated calculation. I did a presentation on COLA a couple meetings ago, and I will bring this back, but just know COLA is dictated at a state level. Every school district in the state of California gets that same COLA. So this year it's 1.07. Remember these numbers or pull this slide out because I'm going to be referring to these in a little bit. These have not been updated since May. So last May, the governor's office came out with 2.93 for next year, 3.08 the following year. The 1.07 is the only one that we believe that is going to stay the same. Those out years will change, and I'll get to that in a future slide. And then average daily attendance. So we are not funded on enrollment. We are funded on ADA, average daily attendance, which is how many days did a student show up out of how many days possible. So if I attend all 180 days, I generate one ADA. If I miss 5 days of school, I generate 0.97 ADA. So this is a percentage of enrollment. This isn't our enrollment, but it's probably a close comparison. Some 93% of our enrollment is our ADA. So if you look at our ADA, it's trending down, and we'll talk about that, but all of that has a direct impact on our funding. So just keep these things in mind as we move forward. STRS and PERS are our retirement systems. Those are related to our health and welfare costs. And just so you know, you're not reading those wrong. For every dollar that we spend on a certificated employee's salary, we have to contribute 19 cents towards their retirement. For every dollar we spend on a classified PERS employee, we have to contribute 27 cents towards their retirement. And STRS is projected to remain flat, but you can see PERS is projected to go up every year for the foreseeable future. Okay, so looking at that $398 million, $403 million, and $415 million revenue numbers, this is it broken down by where it's coming from. And you can see the lion's share of our revenue, our bread and butter as I refer to it, is through LCFF, Local Control Funding Formula. For those of us that have been around for a long time, revenue limit used to be the funding model for school districts, and then around 2012, 2013, LCFF was born. And I'm going to walk you through that calculation on the next slide. Hang in there, because I feel like while there's a lot of moving parts, the more you hear it, the more it will make sense. And then as you hear things like COLA and enrollment, you'll understand how that impacts our funding. So of the $398 million that we're projected to receive, $303 million are from LCFF. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on that. Federal revenue, you know, we're not a district that benefits significantly from federal sources just based on our demographics, but it's projected to remain fairly flat, and same with other state revenue. So federal revenue are things like Title I, Title II. We do receive a small amount of federal special education dollars. The reason why that's called other state revenue is LCFF technically is state revenue. It's the main source of state funding. There are other smaller funding sources such as lottery, CTE funds, and then state special education. That's other things that are included in that other state revenue number. And then lastly is local revenue. That's the interest that we talked about. You see how high the number is this year. That is interest revenue being up more than we projected. It's also a reimbursement for an over-contribution to STRS that we made last year that we got as a rebate, or I'm sorry, a refund this year. So those are local sources, lease revenues, our basis revenue for our student-paid tuition programs for before and after school, and then interest. So that's what kind of makes up the totals of our revenue. But I want to dive in a little bit deeper into that LCFF calculator. Hang in there. I know this is a lot of numbers on a slide, but it's important because we talk about COLA. And how COLA impacts school districts is back in 2013 when LCFF was born, there was a base grant amount on a per ADA level that was determined, and every year that gets adjusted up for COLA. So every year we say, well, what did you get last year? You're going to get that plus COLA. So last year we received, in 2023-24, $9,919 for every TK through 3rd ADA that we generated. $10,069 for 4th through 6th graders, $10,367 for 7th through 8th grade ADA, and $12,015 for 9th through 12th ADA. That gets adjusted by COLA. And then there's a factor for CTE and grade span adjustments, right? It costs us money to keep our TK through 3rd classes at that 24-to-1 average, so we get extra funding to do that. So that adjusted base grant dollar, $11,068 for TK through 3rd ADA, that is what every school district in the state of California gets on a per ADA basis. All of those numbers across the board is what every single school district gets in the state of California for funding. That is our unrestricted general fund revenue. So you just take those numbers, you multiply it by your funded ADA, and you're off to the races. Where the differentiation comes in is the state, through the LCFF calculator, comes up with a separate supplemental and concentration grant. And this is where districts start getting funded differently. The supplemental grant is the base adjusted grant times 20% times your individual district's UPP. So that $11,068 gets multiplied by 20%, and then by the 35.55%, and that's how you get those numbers in the supplemental grant. Those dollars are dedicated to each district individually. What does your data show, and how are you going to apply those dollars to close the achievement gap? So those dollars are not meant to just turn around and give to the students that generated them. It is, and that's why it's called local control, is because you're supposed to look at your individual data and take that supplemental grant dollar, those supplemental grant dollars, and apply it to closing your specific achievement gaps. That is the supplemental grant. That's how that calculation works. And so this school district, TVUSD, receives the $11,855 per ADA for TK through third, $10,901 for 4th through 6th, and so on. The average unified school district in the state of California is 69% unduplicated pupil percentage. That puts their per ADA revenue at that $13,603 for TK through third, right? And all the way over to $15,313 per ADA in 9th through 12th. So that's a difference on a per ADA basis between $1,600 and $1,900 on a per pupil basis. Now, I came from a district that was 73% UPP. What they will tell you is it's because it takes more resources when a larger portion of your population are socioeconomically disadvantaged foster youth or English learners. So to close that achievement gap, they need more resources to do that. But the reason why I always point this out is when you compare TVUSD to other districts, well, they're offering this program. They have this staffing. Their salary schedule looks like this. But their funding model is completely different. We're the lowest funded district in Riverside County on a per pupil basis. And I'm not saying we're poor. I think we have the resources that we need to meet the needs of our students. But it's not an easy comparison to just say, well, look at what so-and-so's doing. So I always like to point that out just as a point of clarification that our funding model varies from one district to the next based on the composition of what are their attendance rates look like? What is their unduplicated pupil percentage, okay? So with that, what is LCAP? We talk a lot about LCAP. You hear about LCAP. Well, LCAP is the Local Control Accountability Plan. It is the plan on how are you going to spend that supplemental grant. We call them, in this district, we call those our LCAP dollars, that supplemental grant. But the LCAP plan is a qualitative plan driven by data, and it's actions and services that say, how are you going to close that achievement gap? So LCFF is the calculator that tells us how much money we're getting. LCAP is the plan that tells us how we're going to utilize those dollars to meet student needs. Okay, on the topic of ADA, this is just a chart to show specifically in TVUSD what our enrollment and our ADA has looked like since 2017-18. You can see the dark blue line is our enrollment, and you can see the yellow line is attendance. And pre-pandemic, our attendance rates were about close to 94%. Post-pandemic, you can see that yellow line is climbing back up. But we're never going to reach pre-pandemic levels. And the reason is because we have gotten really good at living in the digital world. And so students can now access lots of their materials online. if they don't come to class, they can still access a lot of the things that they need. So we don't believe that we are ever going to get to pre-pandemic attendance levels, although we're doing incredible initiatives. Huge shout out to Student Support Services. They've come up with a 6-foot trophy that the schools are competing for to have the best improved attendance, and lots of buzz around there. We've even teamed up with Nutrition Services to say, what food are the kids' favorite? If it's chicken nuggets, let's serve those on Fridays, because Fridays are high absentee dates. So we're doing what we can to try to get attendance up, but I just don't know that we'll ever be fully back to pre-pandemic attendance numbers. Enrollment is a whole different thing. For those of us that have lived in this community a long time, you know that this is no longer a first-time home buyers community, right? Homes aren't as affordable as they used to be. So young families cannot necessarily live in Temecula or afford Temecula like they used to. Also, birth rates are low. And lots of folks moved out of the state during the pandemic. You can see those enrollment numbers from 1920 to 2021. So this is a statewide trend that enrollment overall is declining. Okay, so that was all revenue. We're going to move on to expenditures. So while revenue is put into buckets of where the money comes from, expenditures is put into buckets on what we're spending our money on. The largest expenditure we have are certificated salaries, which makes sense since we are in the education business. Classified salaries are next, and then employee benefits related to those salaries are that third line. And you can see we are projecting to increase in expenditures for staffing as we increase our special education students. We have to increase our staffing to go along with that. And then associated employee benefits plus the cost of PERS that will continue to go up each year. Books and supplies, we're spending down that. If you'll recall, we got that one-time arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. And we are doing a lot with VAPA. We got not only that, but we got our Prop 28 funds this year. And so we've been really, really investing in our VAPA programs, TK through 12th grade, which is great news. We put in dance floors at the middle school. We are upgrading all of our lighting in our stadiums to LED lighting, which is a major project that we have going on this year. And we're so excited for Mr. Brian Pastor to come on board. We're looking at safety and security measures and investing in potentially, some upgrades of safety and security things. So we're doing lots of good stuff with that books and supplies. And you can see the high cost in 2026-27. We are planning for a textbook adoption in that year. And then services and supplies, that's pretty flat, a little bit higher this year with some of those projects that we have going on. I mentioned the capital outlay. So those are the breakdown of our expenditures. But if you look at that in a pie chart, you can see the vast majority of the money that we spend on people, right? We're an organization that provides a service. And so it makes sense that in this pie chart, with certificated, classified, and benefits being the majority of our expenditures, that's what we spend our money on. So ending fund balance. This is of the $135 million that we have in our ending fund balance, how much of it, the question usually is in our rainy day funds, or how much is in our savings account? So I put in two big white arrows to help quantify what our rainy day or our savings account looks like. So it's the close to 17 million, 16.99 million, plus the 50,505,000. Why it's broken out in two separate lines is there was a law that passed that stated that school districts cannot have more than 10% of their ending fund balance in unassigned, uncommitted balances. So what the board did back in 22-23 was they took action to say, okay, anything above the 10% cap, we're going to put in a resolution to say we're going to pass a resolution to say we're going to use that on future expenditures. So remember I said we're dipping into our ending fund balance by 26 million and 23 million. Well, where that's coming from, if you look up top, so non-spendable just means that's inventory, that's our revolving cash account, that's a very small amount, but they consider that non-spendable money. But if you look at our restricted balances, we go from 32 million to 22 million down to 13 million. So while we're eating into our ending fund balance, it's intentional. We're spending down some of those one-time restricted dollars that we received. So how much we're actually dipping into our rainy day funds is that if you look at that resolution number 2223-16, we go from 50,505,000 to 37 million to 26.5 million. So we are using up our rainy day funds. We are eating into our ending fund balance, but not at a $23 million rate. It's much less than that. And again, we did this intentionally. We did give compensation last year with the intention that it was a little bit more than we could afford, but it was because we were intentionally dipping into that savings account, knowing that even though the economy was having a downturn, that we would be able to see it through and make it out on the other side just fine. So again, that savings account, that 50 million that goes down to 26 million, that's in addition to the state budget uncertainties down below. Okay? Okay, so the road ahead. So we have a very progressive tax system where the top 1% of earners in California provide half of the state's general fund revenue, half of it. So we really, really rely as a state on those top 1% earners because they have a direct impact. How they do is how we do as a state economically. And so we are always watching what those top 1%ers are doing because it has a direct impact on our funding. We've heard a lot about revenues outpacing projections, and it sounds like really good news. What's not being told as much is that our expenditures are also outpacing projections. So it's great at the state level, we're getting more money than we thought, but we're also spending more money than we thought. So I don't know if any of you that attended CSBA attended any of the workshops on the economy or the budget, but we've heard lots and lots of numbers thrown out by capital advisors, by school services, the legislative analyst's office. They all have their own economists with their own projections. So remember that slide I said next year was projected to be 2.93%. We've heard numbers as low as 1.79. And so it will probably fall somewhere in between. It won't be as high as 2.93, but I don't think it'll be, I'm hoping it won't be as low as a 1.79. If it were 1.79, that's a difference of $3.5 million. So instead of dipping into our ending fund balance, 23 million, it's going to be 27 million. So just kind of to keep that in mind, I will be back in March, and I'm going to be talking COLA. At that point, we will have better information, but just keep that in mind that these projections, the revenue is likely going to go down. I'm not worried. We do have a healthy ending fund balance. We can weather a pretty significant storm and still sustain programs, which is incredible news. I'm hearing very scary stories from neighbors of cuts that they're making, and that's without the COLA going down. So just a slide that I like to have handy. We all know that school districts are government entities and they're funded by taxes. But most districts in the state of California, a lot of districts, are in the same boat as us where local property taxes only cover 30% or so of how much money we receive. 30%. The rest comes from the state. The state has to step in. EPA stands for the Education Protection Account. It was established, I don't know, maybe around 2010. And the only thing that fluctuates is that EPA. So as EPA gets bigger, the state aid gets smaller. And as EPA gets lower, state aid becomes greater. But our local property taxes here in Temecula only fund about 30% of where our money comes from in those LCFF sources. So that 303 million, 31% of it comes from local property taxes, and then the state steps in and provides the difference. So remember, the state's money comes from income tax, sales tax, corporate tax. So that's why we are always looking at how are people doing, right? How's the economy doing? Because that has a direct impact to us as a school district, okay? So the road ahead, the governor in January comes out with the very first look of what 24-25 is gonna look like. I'm sorry, should say 25-26. But it's telling us how will the governor's office respond, how will the Department of Finance respond to how we're looking so far in 24-25. They will update COLA projections that we will then build into second interim when I see you again in March. Universal TK next year is here. So we have slowly been increasing the enrollment window, the birth window. So as of right now, you have to be 5 by, or 4, thank you, my TK friends. You have to be 4 by June 2nd. I should have been better prepared for this, but thank goodness you're here. Starting next year, that goes to September. You just have to have turned 4 by September 1st in order to enroll in TK for 25-26. That means we could have 3-year-olds starting in TK in August, right? Because as long as they turn 4 by September 1st. So it's been a slow implementation over multiple years, but universal TK, meaning every school district, public school district in the state of California, is going to have a full grade level before kindergarten. That's here next year. So with that will come facility needs, staffing needs. Right now, the way the law is written is, right now we are at a 12-to-1 ratio for TK. The law is written that moves to 10-to-1 next year. There's lots of advocacy out there stating that the difference of 12-to-1 versus 10-to-1 is a huge financial burden that doesn't have a nice offsetting benefit. There's not a lot of data that shows statistically that 10-to-1 is significantly better than 12-to-1. So there's lots of advocacy to leave that ratio at 12-to-1. We'll see how that goes. If it does come to fruition that in 25-26, we have to go to 10-to-1, that is going to be every school district in California out there hiring TK teachers, right? Because that ratio goes down and enrollment goes up. So just be on the lookout. We'll be providing updates for universal TK. And then what our enrollment does, right? All of this is a projection, and we have lots of folks that help with our projections of surveys and siblings and who's coming and who's going, but what actually happens with enrollment will have a direct impact on our budget. So with that, thanks for hanging in there. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I have questions. I have some questions.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Barham.
So first of all, I want to let you know that I went back through all the numbers based on your instruction on this budget, just to make sure that I knew the flow. And and you don't have to answer this now, but I'm going to come back and ask you about the transfers out, and I know that they're 1% of total expenditures. I couldn't find it in I'm going, okay, where is it? And but I can ask you about that later. But what I did want to ask you about is that I know that those monies go into the deferred maintenance fund, and that's transfers out, correct?
Correct. So right here on this slide is the $4 million approximately each year. The board took action to commit to transferring 1% of total expenditures into Fund 14, which is the deferred maintenance fund. And we are committed to spending, and we could spend probably 3 times this amount, if Mr. Osborne is here. Yeah. we could probably spend a lot more than this, but the board made a commitment a long time ago that we were going to maintain our facilities in good repair. So $4 million is what we dedicate for deferred maintenance, which is not the same as routine maintenance. So deferred maintenance is those large projects like HVAC, roofing, paving, asphalt. So the things that you need to do every, let's say, 10, 15 years. This way we can have a deferred maintenance plan where we say, that school's going to need a new roof in 5 years. We need to make sure that we're able to, and most of them, everybody's like, where am I at on the deferred maintenance plan? Because $4 million doesn't get it all done, we are absolutely trying to keep up as best we can. We have a plan, and every year, things come up that weren't on the plan. Right? So an HVAC system will go out that's not end of life, that we weren't planning on replacing, or a phone system, perfect example, or the bells across the street at TVHS. And so then we're constantly reworking that deferred maintenance plan. But the commitment from the board and the district is that we're going to spend 1% a year on deferred maintenance.
So what's the difference between the deferred maintenance fund and the general maintenance fund?
So, and the general maintenance, the state of California requires us to set aside 3% for ongoing routine maintenance.
3% of
total expenditures. Yep.
Okay.
And that stays in the general fund, and it's required to stay in the general fund in a restricted resource. And we have to spend that on routine maintenance, which is not the 5-year, 10-year, 15-year things. It's things that happen every single year.
Got it. So the GSA, that's grade span adjustment, right?
Yep. Used to be called class size reduction. They just renamed it.
Do other districts give a grade span adjustment for grades other than TK through 3 and 9 through 12?
So
do they get grade span adjustments from the state?
The funding is the same for all of us. There's no difference. What the state does say is everybody has to adhere to the 24-to-1 unless you have collectively bargained language that allows you to exceed it. So I know our friends to the north, Marietta, do have in their collective bargaining agreement that their average can go higher, but they still receive the same funding for it, exactly the same funding.
Okay. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing so much information. We know you have the mad skills. We appreciate it. I know it's good to have you present this and then look at my questions and kind of circle back. So forgive me if you might have already covered this. So with the huge fund balance, 162 million is enormous, right? Is that the highest that we've ever had in TVUSD history in terms of the multi-year projections?
When you say 160, so we're at 135 million.
Okay.
And this is down, I believe, from last year. But again, we are intentionally spending down our one-time dollars. In fact, during the pandemic, we received an incredible amount of one-time money.
Right.
So that restricted balance has been coming down every single year. But as far as our rainy day funds go, I believe we are down from last year. But again, that's intentional. We are spending down our unrestricted general fund dollars.
So in terms of looking at the huge deficit spending, I'm assuming because the budget's a good one, that's not going to be an issue? I mean, you could only do that for so long.
Exactly.
Obviously, we understand that, but you're confident in what you can look at right now, that there will be an end.
That's a great point. So
Yeah.
deficit spending is not sustainable, right? Because your
Right.
ending fund balance, your savings account is one-time money. But what I am confident about is that for the foreseeable future, we're not going to have to cut any programs. We're not going to have to reduce any employees. In that, we have the fund balance to dip into, and that's why we've built it up, is for times like these where our revenues are down and we don't have to correctively, quickly redirect the ship, but we can slowly watch what the economy does and make decisions slowly,
Right.
knowing that we've got a few years to still weather the storm. So
Okay.
yes, no concerns for this year and the following 2 years. If COLA comes in drastically lower, the economy takes a turn, we may have to look at things. But what's nice is we'll have like a 2-year runway to make those decisions and make that happen.
Was I reading that there was a big decrease in services and other operating expenses? Is there, I don't know if I evaluated that properly, but was there something that parlayed into this that changed that in terms of showing a decrease? Is that something that comes to mind?
We have an increase in 24-25 for our first interim budget.
Yeah.
Because a lot of projects that we had carried forward from 23-24. So
Right.
the 36 million is probably higher than last time you saw the production for 24-25.
Mhm.
And then as those projects are completed, we have a lesser amount out here.
Right.
So
Okay,
30,
that makes sense.
yeah, so 32 million and 33 million are more normal. What that 36 million includes, if you remember, we used a lot of the one-time money for HVAC projects.
Right.
And so we did not only we basically replaced a lot of our oldest HVAC units throughout the district. And so that's why it's abnormally high this year, is the last of those HVAC projects, which most of them, I believe we finished July and August. So it's not that we're reducing services, it's that those projects are
Were checked
completing
off.
this year. Exactly,
Okay.
and then we're going back to just normal services and other operating expenditures next year.
Great. Thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
I got a question for you. Does our federal funding come from the Department of,
Education?
yes,
Yeah, so great question.
because I have a follow-up.
It does flow through the Department of Education, and we are evaluated as a nation on students with that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and then those funds are dispersed. We have heard comments made that if the Department of Education goes away, but what we've heard is that instead of money going from the federal government through the Department of Education to the states, it would flow just directly to the states. So we haven't been hearing that we're going to lose that $12 million.
That was my follow-up, was with Trump taking office. I heard rumors that they might do away with the department. I'm like, well, what about federal funding? Okay, so that just...
No, I'm 100% with you, Dr. Komrosky. We panicked because we said, well, what does that do to federal funding?
Right.
But some of the clarification that we've been hearing is that just the entity of the Department of Ed would be dispersed, and then it would be just left up to each individual state to monitor those programs, monitor those funds. So what we're hearing so far is that it won't impact funding at the individual district level.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation,
You're
as
welcome.
always.
Are there any additional questions?
Mr. Schwartz has not been on speakerphone, so he may want to go on speakerphone for any questions.
Mr. Schwartz, do you have any questions?
No, Nicole, as always, thank you so much for all that information. Although I couldn't hear all of it quite well, I got the general gist, and I do appreciate all the work that you and your department put in. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Schwartz. Sorry about that.
If I could request a recess after this, just for a short break, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, I call for a motion and a second to approve a positive certification for the first interim financial report of the TVUSD for 2024-2025 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second, Lene, will you call the roll?
Schwartz?
Mr. Schwartz, they're taking the vote for the budget.
Right. Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. Okay, we'll take, how long do you want to recess for? 5-minute recess?
Thank you.
We're ready to return? All right, we're ready to return. Is my microphone working? I might buy myself. Okay, action item number 2, resolution number 2024-25/17 of the Board of Education of the Temecula Valley Unified School District regarding accounting and developer fees for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 pursuant to Government Code Sections 66001 D and 66006B. I call for a motion and a second to approve and adopt resolution number 2024-25/17 regarding accounting of development fees for fiscal year pursuant to Government Code Sections 66001D and 66006B.
Moved.
Second, Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Steve, your vote?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we have to do discussion if, yeah.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
I did have a question.
Oh, I apologize.
No problem. So, Mr. Superintendent, with regard to these developer fees, I know that there's going to be modernization at Nicholas Valley and also, I think, at Margarita, correct? So what is that going to entail, that modernization?
Mrs. Lash, would you like to give some details?
Yes, and so the scope of the modernizations, we are actually planning on agendizing at our next board meeting in January to talk about what that modernization looks like. But this report is just saying how much we've collected last year in developer fees, how much we spent last year, and which projects we're spending them on. Nicholas Valley is part of our 5-year plan to spend these dollars on that modernization. We have not had the board meeting to get direction or approval for the scope of the modernization. So that's why I'm hesitant to answer what specifically that modernization looks like.
So if we continue to build and there's new developments in Temecula, commercial and residential, we keep generating developer fees.
Correct.
But if we stop building, we don't generate those developer fees.
Correct.
Okay, so if we need to modernize from construction bonds, is that where the funds would come from?
Correct,
Okay.
potentially. We are spending down the last of our last construction bond dollars. And in fact, if you prefer, I can include the funding for facilities in addition to facility projects in that presentation in January.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
I love that. Okay.
Are there any additional questions? Nope. All right. I call for a motion and a second to approve and adopt the resolution number 2024-25-17 regarding accounting of development fees for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 pursuant to Government Code Sections 66001D and 66006B. Okay.
Who seconded?
Me.
Okay.
Lene, please call roll.
Sure. Schwartz? Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. All right. Resolution number 2024-25/19, incident certification of flooding remediation at Temecula Middle School, November 5th, 2024, declaration of emergency. Do I have any questions? Nope. I call for a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2024-25/19, incident certification of flooding remediation at Temecula Middle School, November 5th, 2024, declaration of emergency.
Moved.
Second, Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Mr. Schwartz, your vote?
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Kromowski,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. Okay. Item number 4, agreement for special services between Atkinson, Adelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo, a professional law corporation, and Temecula Valley Unified School District. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I have a question for Mrs. Wiersma. Tony DeMarco, is he a senior? No, he's not a senior partner. Is he a partner, senior counsel, senior associate, associate? Which one of those? Might be in the contract, I just didn't see it.
I would assume that is in the contract. I know he's out of Irvine, so he's with that particular group, but I don't know the exact differentiation. Romo, It was likely covered in the standard contract. I just don't remember.
I'm guessing
All
partner,
the
senior
details.
counsel,
We could pull it
or
up.
senior associate, but
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mr. Schwartz does. Okay, Steve, you're on microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, it's my understanding we fired this law firm a while ago because the new board did not trust them. So I have no idea why we would be rehiring them a year and a half later when we already have all kinds of law firms on the payroll, unless there's something that I don't know about that they plan to do. Who actually? I'd like to know who actually put this on the agenda to hire this law firm.
So I did put this on the agenda, and we had them a couple of years ago. It wasn't that we had a problem with the entirety of the organization. It was a very specific individual whom I won't mention. And so we ended up going a different direction for very strong reasons back at that time. So since then, we're looking at a different landscape. And I know there is one attorney in particular that we all had the chance to listen to at CSBA. We were all in that together. Tony DeMarco was up there on the platform discussing some of the different aspects of what he's accomplished as an attorney in terms of looking at the parental rights issue within the state of California, in dealing with a variety of policies in addition to just the standard things that a lot of these firms cover. And we do have a lot of choices, but I definitely believe with where we're at, he offers expertise that is extremely valuable. And that is an individual I can see being able to have full faith and trust in. And I think every person needs to understand that that's where it's at. Not all attorneys do it the same. And just as you eliminated another firm earlier this year, that was how 2022. So that's where we're at. And I don't know if anybody else would have questions or comments.
I do. I see Melinda's mic'd up. You want to go first or last?
I wanted to talk to Steve. Can you pass the phone down?
Absolutely. We're passing you, Steve.
We're passing
Might
Steve.
as well. I did have an opportunity at CSBA. All these firms were having several events, and I attended an event, and I did not speak with the attorney that Jen just mentioned, Tony DeMarco, but I did speak with some of the other owners, some of the senior and founding, and they seemed like a pretty decent law firm. I didn't have a problem with them. They have a variety of clients, so I didn't. For me, I didn't see anything that would deter me from wanting them as counsel in the future if we needed it.
I wanted to add to that too. I would like to use them for collective bargaining. I'd like a change out in a legal representation and collective bargaining, so it'd be a more focused use, possibly parental rights, We're involved in litigation. Yes, we have pro bono lawyer working with us, but he actually does specialize in that, his firm at CSBA, and they've spoke twice, and I was very impressed. He's got a full lay of the land on federal, state lawsuits, county, so I thought it would be a good addition.
Is there any additional comments?
Additional comments. Number one, we have a plethora of law firms, and I object strongly to hiring anyone else. Number two, I want to know who wrote the contract that we're going to enter into. Who wrote the contract that we're entering into?
A lawyer has to write it. Tony DeMarco wrote it. They all have to write those.
And who here, and what other attorney that we deal with approved that contract?
There wasn't an approval, but I will tell you, there was a discussion that Dr. Woods and I
I
had.
can't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we went through the process that we needed to. We've had this particular organization in the past. And, you know, I know Dr. Woods and I had a chance to confer and talk about this. And so what Dr. Komrosky mentioned is having some new representation in several areas, I think would behoove us, and I think it would be a wise decision. The five of us actually sat in that room together to hear him speak, so I'm not sure if you're remembering, but he is an amazing attorney, very well balanced, well read, and understands all the issues with where things are at.
I want to know who wrote the contract that we're going to vote on tonight, and who in our sphere, what attorneys that we deal with, said that's okay.
I believe the firm itself presented us with their standard contract. We did not have it reviewed by general counsel, for example.
Exactly. We did not have it vetted. So I strongly disagree with doing that until we have it vetted by some of our own attorneys. Who knows what's in there? I'm not an attorney. I don't know what's in there. They may be great attorneys. That's not the point. It has to be vetted by people we know and work with before we sign a contract.
Well, I think one of the issues with that is the general board counsel that we had for 15 to 18 months was terminated in June. We had full faith and trust in that particular firm. And then throughout the summer, multiple firms were asked questions and for counsel and advice. So we didn't have that standard general counsel, which is unfortunate because I think that would have helped us meet through that time more successfully. This particular firm is very well known, as you know, in the education world. And we do have a variety of firms. However, I think one of our strengths is understanding that there are specific people in specific firms, whether it's special education, human resources, some of the issues that we've dealt with, or negotiations. We have to have our ear to the ground and want the experts in, and it's going to take a variety in our arsenal to make those choices. So that's where I land with that.
Does Steve have any additional comments?
Yeah, please. Can I continue, please?
Go ahead, you're on the mic.
Please don't. Okay, thank you. Please don't speak for me when you say we had full faith and confidence in that attorney. You had full faith and confidence in him. The rest of us did not. And again, I turn to our experts, the cabinet, who deal with lawyers all the time. And I am not going to vote for a pig in a poke until I have someone I trust look at that contract and say, yes, it's okay, or no, it's not. You can spout all you want about what a nice guy he is and how he's for this and how he's for that. That's irrelevant. I want to know that that contract is vetted, that we don't get stuck again like we have with other law firms. That's my opinion. You guys want to vote, that's up to you.
Is there any additional comments?
I have some questions. Is he representing, is this firm representing the board, or is this just general counsel?
No, because the next action item is recommended for general counsel, and that'd be Orbach and Huff.
Correct. And so we could have perhaps flipped those two, but that is indeed correct. So it's not that he would be general counsel. That's in the next motion
Oh,
that we
okay.
discuss.
Right.
He's somebody additionally, and I trust Dr. Wood's leadership that if, when we discussed some of these things, he would have taken it through a vetting or a process if anything was out of order. So I think we're good with that, and having an additional resource, in my opinion, would be valuable.
Okay, I think Mrs. Lash has a question, if that's okay.
I just have a question because
Okay, hold on, Steve, just a second.
I just have a point of clarification because it reads for special services and for the board and for parental notifications and that's all great. I just want to clarify because then there was this thrown out there and at the table, which is a completely different arena. So did you confirm that he has the time to sit at the table in negotiations? Is that your recommendation, that this individual is also on the negotiations team? Because we did have Atkinson Andelson at the negotiations table for well over a decade. And then when they were terminated, now we've spent 1.5 years getting a new attorney up and running on existing issues. So are we talking about now switching again attorneys at the table? Because that has an impact on us functioning as staff. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but normally there's a process for interviewing. If there's a concern with existing attorneys, then we could go through a process of requesting proposals, interviewing firms and saying, okay, what time do you have available? How much would you charge us? What is your experience? If we're talking about at the table.
Right.
Separately, if the board would like to use them for specialized services, which is what I thought this was agendized for, I have no questions. That is the board's prerogative. But as it relates to our functioning as staff members, if that's what you're recommending or that's what you're motioning, I would just ask that we go through a process for selecting a new attorney, or can the existing attorney even apply? I mean, I didn't know that there was an issue with the existing attorney at the table. Or are you talking about certain instances that we would be required to use this person? And I don't care either way. I just want to make sure that I'm clear in what we're being asked to do, because I just heard the term negotiations and at the table. And I know Mr. Arce is not here, so I'm trying to make sure that I get all the information.
Right, that makes sense. Is there only always one attorney within the negotiation process? One
Historically,
individual?
there has been one, but that doesn't mean that for special topics, we couldn't, I don't know, they could collaborate. I don't know how that works,
Right.
but if it is a specific issue and we have a committee or something, I don't see why we couldn't have counsel for specific topics. But I just want to make sure I understand, is there a concern with our current attorney that we have at the table? Are we looking to switch? Can staff have input, in a process of interviewing, or are we just talking about specifically for board items?
So I understand exactly what you're saying and feel like when Dr. Woods and I discussed this, it was in the realm of negotiations. And I know we're not necessarily going to name names, but I haven't had full faith and trust with some of the aspects that have gone on. I don't think it's unreasonable to discuss some of the particulars. I know that this particular attorney has an incredible team and has dealt with a lot of the issues that concern a lot of the people in this community. So maybe we can discuss the best solution to go about it, because I think there is a need for someone fresh to come in and to shake up some of what's there. But I understand what you're saying with the history and the reality of what people know now and where we'll be going in the future. So,
Shake up in what regard?
well, just in the fact that I think when Dr. Woods and I had spoken about it, that it would be good to instigate some change. And if we're specifically talking about negotiations and where we're at now in 2024, I think that would be valuable. So I don't know, Dr. Komrosky, if you have further thoughts in that particular, or?
Mrs. Wiersma, would
Yes.
you be opposed to postponing this vote till next session so that we can review the contract and modify it so that if we do want them to be included in, collective bargaining, that it can be put in the contract?
Do you know
so that's
why I
clear?
like that suggestion?
I don't mind that suggestion at all.
Because
You do like it or don't like
I
it?
do like it, and the reason that I like it, it's not only because of, I think it's proper oversight that we review the contract, but number two, I haven't had an opportunity to interview
Okay.
anybody in the firm. I mean, I listened to the attorney for 5 minutes as he spoke at CSBA, but
Was the contract not in the agenda? I mean, I know I've looked through.
I didn't see it. I mean, maybe I missed it.
It is.
It is.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
Okay.
hourly
So
rates
I
now.
think a good point with this, and it's one thing that I've learned in the 2-year journey, is that there is an ability to reach out and contact and discuss things. So in the future, don't feel like you can't, because it is important that we have those discussions if you feel like they're merited. So if at this point we feel like it would be wise and we go on to the next one and then we discuss it further and look at the contract, my question is this, and maybe Dr. Woods can answer it. If that's the case, how then can we have this discussion? Because we have to be transparent in the public and we have our closed session, but how can we figure these things out so that we each directly can do our homework and then maybe have the opportunity to talk again, because it's important we all
Point
do.
of contact would be the superintendent, and then the superintendent with each board member individually reaching out to Tony. And that way, there's no Brown Act violation to
Right.
where there's no spokes on a wheel where 2 or more members are talking about it.
It could be that, and also for the board to assign general counsel, which then allows me to have general counsel help in analysis of the contract and
Yeah, which
kind
is
of
coming
controlling
next.
that whole
Okay.
mechanism.
All right.
I think that works.
I think we've discussed it enough. I motion that we postpone this item. Let's see,
Table it for next meeting.
Let's
if I
table it.
table it, then I have to remove it off the table today. I'm going to postpone it to the next. It's actually, it is part of my jujitsu.
There are technical differences though, and I
It's-
want to be sure
The
that if
technical
there's,
difference is if we table it, then normally it has to be addressed at this meeting. I would rather postpone it. That would be the correct thing to do, knowing that we're going to postpone this for the next meeting.
I did read that in the formalized rules. Are we sure that there's not going to be a problem in terms of a postponement being for a specific period of
A
time?
postponement means we're not going to address it in this meeting. We're going to address it at a future meeting, and I'm setting the date for the future meeting to be the next meeting. What was that again?
January
Uh-huh.
20.
So we're going to,
going to second this.
okay. A second?
Steve seconded your motion to postpone until January 28th.
28th.
Yeah, so we're going to postpone this motion till January 28th,
Okay.
and then it will be agendized, and we will definitely I think we'll be better prepared.
Great,
for
let's
that.
do it.
Okay, we do need Lene to please call roll. on the
Schwartz.
postpone.
Mr. Schwartz, your vote is?
To postpone.
it. That is his vote, yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Okay, it's postponed until January.
Can I ask, only because I'm doing the clerk work tonight, can you remind me the motion in the second? Who did that?
Melinda
I made the
motion,
motion.
Steve
Okay.
seconded.
Steve seconded.
And Steve
Thank you.
seconded. Okay, thank you.
All right, and then the next item is legal services agreement. Oh, yeah. FY 2024-25, Orbach, Huff, and Henderson. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, Steve.
I like Huff. That guy he's cool. And one of the things I liked about him was he said to me when I talked to him at CSBA, You need to sell your district. That means we need to be constantly working towards excellence and sell our district. And I just, even Dr. Komrosky said this, that's the first time I've seen you smile all day when Huff said that. I think Huff is he's going to be a good general counsel. I like that guy. So.
That was Mr. Barham. He was affirming his connection with Mr. Huff. So you're next, Mr. Schwartz.
I know Mr. Huff. I've spoken with him many times. He's a great guy. He's a great golfer, a really nice guy, and I would vote to table this for the same reason we tabled the last one. I don't know what's in that contract. I want to see it. I want to read it. I want to run it by people who I trust to make sure we're not getting stuck. Not that I like Huff. He's a really nice guy. I talked with him for a whole while at CSBA, but I would vote to table this for the same reason. Thank you.
All right, is there any additional comment?
Yeah, I'm against tabling it, and he was our general legal counsel for more than a year, and of course, he's a cool guy, Emil. I'm glad you like him. I think he'd be good for the board.
Then I call for a motion and a second to approve Orbach, Huff, and Henderson to provide the Temecula Valley Unified School District with specialized legal services as required, effective December 17th, 2024, and designate David Huff as general legal counsel to the Temecula Valley
Moved.
Governing Board.
Second.
Okay, Lene, please call roll. Sorry.
Mr. Schwartz, your vote. There's a first and a second.
Even though I asked to table it, I do like Mr. Huff and I do respect him, so I will vote yes.
Okay.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Welcome back, Mr. Huff.
Welcome back.
All right, so committee representation. I call for a motion and a second to review and sign up to serve as board representatives on district committees. And you have a slide for that.
Yes, it's basically this group here, and then you guys just tell me which ones you want to join.
Can I start? Okay. I would like to serve on the CAP meetings.
Mr. Barham?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Schwartz's request is for, so he can participate a little better, to read each committee. Is that right, Mr. Schwartz? And then
Yeah, just have people jump in and say, yes, I want to.
is that, oh, so he wants to start at the top and then work his way down.
All right.
Yeah, just go through them alphabetically.
That's good.
Do you want to do that, Dr. Anderson?
Do you want the clerk to read it, or would you like to read it?
Yeah, I was just looking at how much we had. Do you want to read it, Emil?
Or I don't mind doing it?
I'll read it.
Do you want to
Okay.
read it, Emil?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, is Mr. Schwartz, he's listening, right?
Okay, Mr. Schwartz,
Okay.
I'll help here.
Activities Directors Committee.
Activities Director Committee.
Yes.
Interested.
Mr. Schwartz says he's interested.
For which one?
Activities Director Committee and Ms.
first one.
Wiersma.
That could be two, that could be two of us, yes.
Oh, so we're
I
going
like
to read
it.
it and then you just say
You know what I was going to ask? Sorry, I was going to ask, I see the dates. Are they on a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday? I just needed to know because I teach Mondays and Wednesdays. I didn't get to look at that.
They're looking at dates, Mr. Schwartz. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
If we give our interest and then confirm with dates on the back end to save time, is it okay to
Did you
make
want
that
it?
change?
Did you?
I did, yes. I am very interested.
I was on it last time, so you and Steve could take it. Yeah. Yeah, you guys can take it. I was on
Okay,
it.
it looks like it's.
Okay, so activities director will be Mr. Schwartz and Mrs. Wiersma.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz and Mrs. Wiersma are on Activities Director Committee.
Okay. Okay, athletic advisory committee,
Athletic Advisory Committee.
I can put my name on that one.
Dr. Anderson so far.
I really want that one, but I teach on Mondays. That's the one that I mistaken. That's the one I was on.
Okay, I'll do that one. All right, next is CAP meeting, site meetings.
All right, I have a question.
Yeah.
The question is it's site meetings. Is this all 29 sites? It is.
You can pick and choose which ones you want to go to, Emil.
You're not tied to
I can
every single one.
Coordinate with you.
Okay. I think I want that one.
Okay.
I want that one.
So we have Mr. Barham on CAP meetings. Next is Community Advisory Committee and Special Education. And that's a bi-monthly meeting.
I would like to put my name on that one, please.
Okay. So we have Mrs. Wiersma. CTE Advisory, 3 to 5 times a year.
What January 15th? I might say yes. I just got to figure out.
Okay.
As long as it's not on a Monday, Wednesday. I don't want to sign up and then be flaky. Okay.
Yeah, all the good ones.
Wait,
Is this
but
one
it's-
online?
But it's 3 to 4 Wednesday?
That's January 15th.
I'd like that one.
Okay. Komorowski? Okay. Oh.
Mr. Schwartz said.
You get that one all by yourself. So CTE Advisory is Dr. Komorowski.
Wait. Did he sign up for it and then
No,
drop
no,
off?
he was just, no. And then the DLAC, which is the District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Steve says he likes that one.
Okay. Is there anybody else interested?
Can we scroll that on the, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. I wanted that one too. What day is that predominantly on? Sorry, I should have done my homework on this before.
The 29th is a Wednesday of January. March 5th is Wednesdays. Looks like they're on Wednesdays.
Okay, can't do it.
Okay, so we have Mr. Schwartz for the DLAC. Equity, access, inclusion. I guess I'll take that one.
Can I ask a question? Are these traditionally assigned with a board member for every single one? I just want to make sure that's not the case. So I just want everyone to feel like
We don't have
we
to.
don't, if we don't, yes. I mean, we don't want to neglect anyone for sure, but not every single box, I'm assuming, has to have a name because we know we're busy and working and parenting and, doing all those things. So just keep that in mind.
I would be curious about what their equity, access, and inclusion is. So I'll take that one. All right, Employee Recognition Committee.
Again, you don't have. Steve says if no one else wants it, he would go on it.
What days is it on? It says not yet determined. Do we?
They usually just let you know. It's usually a morning meeting.
Oh.
Let you know a couple weeks in advance. Do you want me to put you on it and you can turn it down if you can't go?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, you're on it along with Dr. Komorowski.
And then Master Facilities Committee.
Master Facilities Committee.
Okay, we'll get back to that one. Parent Advisory Committee.
I'd like that one.
Me too.
Put you on Master Facilities?
Okay, so,
He's retired, so he can do.
Mr. Schwartz does Master.
He can do a few more.
So did you get that, Mr. Barham Wiersma? Secondary Curriculum Council.
I want that one.
You'll enjoy that. I had that
I-
one, and it's great.
I want that one as well.
Okay, you should both go.
And then the Superintendent Student Council.
Superintendent Student Council,
I would like that one.
Dr. Anderson.
I would like it. Unless somebody else, I mean,
No, let's
jumped
do
it real
it,
fast.
if it works on your schedule. The Superintendent's Council.
Superintendent's Council for staff. Mr. Schwartz says he has an interest there.
I don't know. Is there anyone else who wants to join him? Do you want to join?
I was thinking about it.
Do it.
You
All
know
right.
what? I
Okay.
want to check my schedule.
Okay.
I definitely want this last one.
The TV,
Okay.
so you want the TVUSD City Committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
You did
one
that
goes
last
to
year, right?
Komorowski.
That would be
Dr.
good for
Komorowski.
continuity?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you got it.
All right.
Anybody else want to do city with me?
I'll do city with you. Okay. So that'd be Dr. Anderson and Dr. Komorowski.
And Dr. Komorowski?
Mm-hmm.
There's two of them already on that one. Do you want that one also, Steve? How many people on it? Two, there's two on there right now.
Unless you want to drop off and let Steve go with me, it's up to you. Okay, he said it's fine.
Okay, okay. So now do we vote on? No, you're good. You're good. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm like, where are we on the? So we did committee representation, board subcommittees.
Oh, yeah, subcommittee representation.
Okay. So I called for a motion in a second. Do I need to do that?
Only because we're going to recommend a new subcommittee.
Okay.
And it could also be that existing subcommittees, we can interchange that as well.
Oh.
We have one speaker.
And when is that?
For board subcommittee.
Okay, so I call for a motion and second to discuss board subcommittees. I was gonna vote that we discuss it and then bring you up. And I'm excited because I think I can guess what subcommittee.
Me too.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second. Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
We're voting to bring up the board subcommittee, but we have a public speaker, so we're going through that item first. We're just asking to approve bringing it forward. Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komorowski?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. All right, so we have one public speaker, and I normally don't want to say anything about the public speakers, except this one waited a long time to have his 3 minutes, so thank you for being patient.
Good evening again. I'll be quick.
Is your mic on? Push the button.
Check. Check. No, I'm just playing. I just wanted to talk briefly. I don't think it's what you guys think I'm going to talk about. I was pretty disappointed. That'll come, but what I want to talk about is just the transparency with the community. When it comes to subcommittees, as a parent, and excuse my ignorance if I'm wrong here, but as a parent, I know that we pass policies, and one particular policy that we passed I was very supportive of, I know it got rescinded today, the parental rights policy, but it's my understanding that when that policy went through the process in these offices here, that it was implemented at one point in one of our schools in a way that I don't think is reflective of the way the parents expected it to be. And what I'm saying is there was a child that wanted to change gender. My understanding is that child was directed to the principal's office, and that principal said, you have 72 hours to redact what you said, or we're going to contact your parents. Now, I understood that policy as a parental rights policy, but from my understanding, how it was implemented was a way to weaponize my relationship with my child against my child, to tell my child to shut the hell up. And I understand that that might not have been the intent, right? Because there's intent and then there's outcome, there's reality. So it was my intentions, many of the community's intentions, to have a policy that simply kept us in the loop as parents. I want to be informed of everything that's going on with my child. And somewhere in the approval process in the back rooms, the way it was implemented was much different. So what I'd like to have is some sort of transparency with the community. If we sit up here and understand a policy or a new thing that we bring forward to push through our district, I would like a conclusion from the subcommittees to then be presented again to the community, so at least we understand this is how it's going to be implemented. Because I don't think the way it was handled, it's pretty frustrating for me to hear that. And again, it affirms all the concerns that our community had over the last couple of years. So in regards to subcommittees, I would just like some sort of transparency, because I think there's a lapse there. There's a big gap from what the community understands is going to happen and be presented, and then the way it will actually be implemented in the schools. And I'd like to see some correction action there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Subcommittees?
Under ongoing, there's board policy review and drug awareness.
So the subcommittees, we have ongoing, which is board policy review, drug awareness, and the completed is BP 6000, controversial issues, GATE, and curriculum adoption. The bridges?
The bridges and under parent advisory.
Is there any other discussion for subcommittees?
Is there any discussion or any recommendation that we create a new committee, perhaps?
I have a recommendation. So when first meeting Dr. Woods at, I think at East Coffee Shop, that's where we first met. Within the first 30 minutes, we talked a lot about accountability. And I know that Dr. Woods, accountability, like I had said earlier, I grew up with accountability and performance goals in the business world and after becoming a teacher, and found that performance goals and accountability are very healthy to an organization, because it allows employees to have direction in terms of completing goals. And so we talked about that, and we had another meeting, and Dr. Woods and I talked about strengthening what he already had in place. And we started implementing strategic plans with the principals, and I had some ideas about strengthening that, which he was open to. So we talked about performance goals for management positions, assistant principals, principals, directors, assistant superintendents, which would all aggregate up into the superintendent's goals. And I talked to Dr. Komrosky about forming a subcommittee regarding assisting Dr. Woods in that accountability system that he's already started. And Dr. Komrosky agreed to work with me on that. And, you know, basically, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Komrosky, but basically, we need goals that connect assistant principals, to directors, to assistant soups. And by connecting us all, we're working towards the same thing, which is the success of our students. And we're not disassociated. There's no disjointedness. And I even propose that as we formulate these goals, that those goals, once adopted, and I'm hoping will be adopted by in May before we leave, Dr. Woods, that those goals even be part of our annual board review. Because I think that we need to be accountable as well. And we're all in this together. And to me, it's like what you said. I want to win. And to me, this is a winning strategy. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Komrosky, and I'm hoping that the board will support the formation of this subcommittee.
Thanks, Emil. Okay, so Mr. Barham and myself sat down and just, we're going to work on this in subcommittee with the superintendent and other support staff, but just to give you a general idea, and these may change for now, but here's some goals. School climate, belonging, reading, writing, English language learners, ELA, math, science, school safety, AP scores, career technical education, school discipline, chronic absentees, truancy. And my thought was to have an alignment with our mission, vision, values, because I was really gung-ho about that, and got a divided board to agree on that, which was really exciting. So let me just give you an example of how that might filter out. Our mission statement: we elevate experiences, opportunities in each other. Vision: TVUSD strives to create high levels of learning in a welcoming, collaborative environment for our future leaders. Values: we value leadership, care, experience, and opportunities. And all that can be unpacked more, but let me give you an example. School climate. If we aligned mission, vision, values to that, on school climate, that's just elevating experience through an enhanced school environment. Vision: encourages a welcoming and collaborative space. Values: encourages leadership and maintaining positive environments, fostering care through mutual respect and support, on and on. So you're going to see an alignment of our mission, vision, values through each one of these goals, and then you can generate metrics. A metric for school climate, possibly annual staff, student, and parent satisfaction survey scores, number of positive mentions of the school activities, teacher retention rate, on and on. So that will be hashed out all the way up until June with the superintendent. And I'm excited to work with Mr. Barham on it if the board approves.
And I think what's cool about this system of accountability is that the goals are going to be concrete, quantifiable, and measurable. That's, I think, where we need to go, and so that we can assess how we're doing.
And I would agree. I think we've talked for 8 or 9 months about this and the fact that accountability and academics and understanding the structure and the organization, all of it's important. And I've always supported you in that. I think it's right, and I'm glad to see you and Dr. Komrosky working forward on this committee. I think it's great.
And also, also to add to the concern that the member of the public had, yeah, and I totally appreciate that. When we're in subcommittee, it's routine to report this out in information reports when we have something to report out, so the community knows, hey, this is where we're at in the subcommittee. It doesn't necessarily happen every meeting, but it might happen every couple months, every 3 months. But either way, there will be a report out, so be on the lookout for that if this gets voted in.
But I also want to say as well that even though we're going to provide somewhat of a framework, Dr. Woods, this is your gig. I mean, we're going to work together on this, but you're in charge here. So we want this to look how you want it to look. I want to win. I want to win too. I love that.
So I'm going to ask Joseph, do we, at this point, would we make a motion to form a new committee?
Well, me and Emil, let's just do it official.
Yeah.
I move to approve this subcommittee that me and Mr. Barham were working on. Do we have
Okay,
if
and
there's a second, then we vote it
do
in.
you have a name for it? Do you want to call it the accountability?
Accountability and Goals Subcommittee for the TVUSD.
Okay, so we have a motion for the Accountability and Goals Subcommittee. I second. Lene, can you please call? Oh, Steve, do you have any discussion?
Can someone else talk? Or this is like the two guys show who formed the subcommittee and they're off and running, and the rest of us are sitting in the audience watching? Is that how this is going? Because that's not how we usually do things.
So where we're at right now is board subcommittees, and we called for a motion to discuss. Are you there?
I'm here.
To discuss board subcommittees, and Steve, I'm sorry, Mr. Barham, and Dr. Yeah, it's okay. And Dr. Komrosky, they would like to form a new subcommittee called the Accountability. This was all in. This is just in discussion. We just motioned to discuss it. So the discussion was that Dr. Komrosky and Mr. Barham want to form a new ongoing subcommittee called the Accountability and Goals Committee. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I have a lot of comments, but I don't want to be here till 3 in the morning, so.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea, but I want to see specifics. I don't want to see surveys and are you satisfied, and that's not what we're talking about. When we're talking about establishing progress, we want to see progress, whether it's an English learner gains a half a year or whether a special ed student learns 5 new vocabulary words. Every student's progress is going to be measurable in a different way, and I don't want to dampen anyone. I think it's a great idea. And I talked to Emil about this before, and I agree with it. I just want to slow down the process, hold our horses a little, and make sure we know we're talking about something that we can actually measure and see.
Okay. You approve the committee? Okay, then, Lene, will you please call roll?
Okay, so Schwartz was yes.
Mr. Schwartz is
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Another committee we might want to consider, Mr. Schwartz, I know this was on your mind too. We've talked about bringing on a student board member or members.
That was something I was going to bring up at the
Yes.
agenda item. We have to do it. It's not that we want to. We got that petition, and we have to do it. And I know we discussed in the past
Is that something we could add to a future agenda item and cover at our next meeting?
I thought we already made the decision within. Mr. Schwartz, I thought we made the decision for you and I in a past meeting to be a part of that process because we met in with Lene and Dr. Woods, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, right?
Mrs. Wiersma is talking about the board direction that you and her serve on such a committee.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. No problem. And I will consult other districts that already have student board members, get their input, and we come up with an idea, present it to the board, and then move forward because we have to do this.
So,
the kids gave us the petition. They had enough signatures. So we really need to move forward on it.
So
I'll be happy to work with you on it.
Can I make the motion? Okay, can I make the motion to form another subcommittee called the Student Board Member Committee? And then you guys can, okay, then I move to form a subcommittee called the Student Board Member Committee. Do I have a second?
Who would be on the committee?
Oh, I'm sorry, with Mrs. Wiersma and Mr. Schwartz.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Lene, will you please call roll?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes. All right. Is there any additional subcommittee?
The drug awareness, we need one. We
Okay.
need one member.
I'm starting to feel like a kid in a candy store because there are so many things that we're looking at and talking about and wanting to improve. And with this particular meeting, I know that with a former trustee, we started the process, but then as I did research after that meeting, I think, Lene, I wasn't sure we grasped the initial idea that had been talked about in the meeting. So I would love to continue this. I don't know if everybody on the committee would want to, whether it's we revisit the possibility of DARE that's already established and I have great respect for, or above the influence, which is something we were discussing. I think that would be great. So I don't know if anybody else would want to join me.
I would like to join you and look
Okay.
at the different options, and because I'm not as familiar with them as you are, so I would be open to whatever programs are out there, but it's something I do find valuable.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Any additional subcommittee discussion? Should we move on?
Don't we have to vote for you
Oh,
to be
do
on
we
the
need-
subcommittee together?
Well, if we need to do a new vote, we can. I mean, I'm already on.
I think so, because we're adding
Okay.
a new board member.
Does
Whatever we need to
anyone
do.
want
And the
to,
majority of the board has to approve.
does anyone want to vote me on?
I motion to have you, Dr. Anderson, Mrs. Wiersma on the drug awareness
Okay,
subcommittee.
I'll second it.
Okay. Linnea, will you please call roll?
To have Dr. Anderson and Mrs. Wiersma on the Drug Awareness Committee.
Schwartz,
Your vote, Mr. Schwartz? Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes. All right, negotiations update.
We're on to negotiations update.
Um, Mrs. Nash, were you gonna, or Lash, right? On negotiations update?
I can read what was prepared for Mr. Arce. Happy to do that. So we will meet tomorrow with CSBA negotiations team. And we met with TVEA for successor negotiations on Friday, December 13th. During that session, the parties discussed a number of topics, including Article 5, which is hours, Article 12, which is assignments, transfers, and filling of vacancies, Article 29, which is term of the agreement, and then our next session with TVEA will take place on Monday, January 13th.
Great. And now we are on to, thank you, by the way, for filling in. I appreciate that. Board comments. Who wants to go first?
I can.
Okay.
Go? Okay. First, thank you to my constituents in Area 2 for electing me. With your vote, you have encouraged me. With your vote, you have indicated your faith in me, and I plan to honor it. I want to extend my sincere thanks to my family, my friends, and loyal supporters who stood by me as my family experienced loss during this election cycle, as well as with my own unexpected medical situation, for which I am grateful to God for granting me a quick and speedy recovery so I can be here to serve our community. For those of you who prayed for me, thank you. Second, thank you to you, Mr. Superintendent, and executive staff for a warm welcome. We have worked together for a few weeks now. Your information and onboarding meetings thus far have been very helpful. I have learned a lot and look forward to continuous learning as we embark on this journey together to ensure the most optimal and successful educational experience for all of our students. Teachers, principals, and classified staff, I don't know you yet, but I'm looking forward to meeting you when I begin my site visits next month. I am most interested in your voices and how I can help you to be the best that you can be in the classroom. The teaching and site administration profession is not easy today, and it is my goal to ensure you have what you need to be successful at your sites with regard to student achievement, academic growth, safety, and school climate. Okay, now to the elephant in the room, the rescinding this evening of board policies. Parental notification with regard to pronoun changes, name changes, etc., as well as the rescinding of the flag policy, disallowing flags other than the American and California state flags, unless a flag is used for instructional purposes within a prescribed period of time. I'm paraphrasing. All other flags need permission from the superintendent or his designee. The fact that at my first board meeting, I am forced to rescind these policies that I have believed in is deeply disappointing. The Public Employment Relations Board, better known as PERB, is a quasi-judicial body. Its authority comes from the California State Legislature. One of its functions is to prevent and remedy unfair labor practices while protecting the rights and responsibilities of employers, employees, and employee organizations, like the Temecula Teachers Union, who filed an unfair labor practice charge, or filed unfair labor practice charges against our district with regard to these policies. Both of these cases were prosecuted by the Temecula Teachers Union and defended by the district. The conclusion of PERB was that the district violated the Educational Employment Relations Act by unilaterally adopting the parental notification policy without properly negotiating the language with the teachers union with regard to decisional bargaining, and by unilaterally adopting the flag policy without properly negotiating the impacts and effects of this policy with the teachers union. How did this happen? I'm not sure of everything because I was not here, but it does appear that the previous board missed some steps in this process, and now we are having to possibly start over. So where do we go from here? To emphasize, PERB is ruling on the process, not on the legality of the policies. I'm speaking as an individual board member, not knowing where my fellow board members feel going forward. I kind of have an idea, but I want to emphasize for myself, this is not a fold. My thinking is, what is reality? By defying the PERB order, which we didn't do, we experience more litigation and incur more legal costs, something that we don't need right now. So what are the options? Bring back parental notification to be negotiated with the teachers union in decisional bargaining. In my opinion, not right now. On January 1st, 2025, AB 1955 goes into effect, making parental notification illegal. As a school board, we are an arm of the state and are compelled by our oath to the Constitution of the United States and to the state of California, that Constitution as well, to follow the law. The constitutionality of AB 1955 is being challenged in the courts. My thinking is until the constitutionality is settled, there is nothing to do here. In addition, it is quite possible that the executive branch of the federal government will weigh in on the aspects of this policy. So for now, for me individually, this is a waiting game. Where am I? Okay, I lost my paper. So I'm gonna wing it. The flag policy. So PERB basically ruled that the policy, we kind of didn't negotiate it right, but it's a broad policy. So what do we do with this? I am inclined, first of all, I want to say that from my own perspective, that flag policy promotes safety. I'm winging it now. It promotes safety. I also think by the flag policy that we passed, that we rescinded, I see it as embracing diversity. I also see it as promoting a discrimination-free environment because the American flag and the state flag represent all of us. I want to talk about what the impacts and effects could possibly be with how the union will give direction to its members now that this policy has been rescinded. So now I'm speaking to the community as a whole, but I'm specifically speaking to the leadership of the teachers union, if any of them are here. I don't see them. They're here. Oh, are they here? Hey, Edgar. So consider the impacts and effects of, because this is what I thought of, as the Gaza war lingered on, there was a lot of unrest on college campuses. And I thought to myself, thank God we have a flag policy, because a Palestinian flag could have cropped up very easily on some of our campuses, which would have caused, I think, an unsafe, possibly could cause an unsafe situation on some of our campuses, or even putting up an Israeli flag could cause unsafe circumstances on our campuses. So that was one thing that I thought of, is that we have a flag policy and we're not going to be caught up in an unsafe situation with Palestinian and Israeli flags. In addition to that, with certain flags going up, maybe tomorrow, consider how some students might feel whose beliefs are antithetical to certain flags cropping up in the classroom tomorrow based on their religious beliefs. Because what do we want to do here? We want to make sure that classrooms are neutral so that students are not feeling anxious, so that students are feeling safe. That's the whole objective of this flag policy, is to make sure that classrooms are neutral, that students are not feeling anxiety by the flags that crop up in the classroom because this policy is now rescinded. Here's another impact and effect to consider that I'm hoping that the teachers union is going to consider as they give guidance to their teachers. If certain flags crop up in the classroom, parents are going to possibly complain about these flags. So what is that going to do? It's going to take administration away from managing the teaching and the learning process, which is their primary responsibility. So that is another thing to consider, is that administration will be distracted because they are going to be dealing with parental complaints because of certain flags that might crop up in the classroom. Here's another impact and effect. You have possibly parents who want to pull their kids out of certain classes. This causes, we want to make sure that our classes are balanced. So parents say, I want my kid out of this class, I want my kid to go into this class. This person has less students, this teacher has more students, and that's not an optimal learning environment for students and teachers. So I guess what I'm asking is, to the leadership of the Temecula Teachers Union, I'm looking as an individual board member, I'm speaking for myself. Let's do things different. I asked the superintendent, and I asked the superintendent of human resources, have there been any complaints with regard to students feeling unsafe or unwelcome in a classroom that just has the American and the California state flag in the last year? And their answer was no. There have been no complaints of students feeling unsafe or unwelcome because these are the only flags allowed in the classroom. So I'm asking the leadership to keep things as they are, because I believe that this policy is working. And if I don't have to govern by a policy, I would rather not. I would rather, let's work this out as adults. And that's where I would like to go. And some people say, you know what, Emil, you're naive. Okay? That's how they look at this. But I'm trying to work in a different way than we have in the past. And I think that we can get there. But I will say this. When I go out on my site visits, or if the superintendent starts bringing me complaints from parents or what have you, that these flags are going up and that we can't work together on this, I'm going to support bringing this policy back to negotiate with the Temecula Teachers Union. And I don't know where that's going to go. I would rather not do that and sunshine between January and April, throwing this into the mix. Here's another thing that I'd like the Temecula Teachers Union to consider. I would like you to look at the people up here. Because these people here we've been elected. And I think that part of the problem, okay, with the past has been that certain organizations, okay, including yours respectfully, have not accepted the will of the voter. And I know for fact that in my area, because I walked thousands of houses, that the community in Area 2 wants neutral classrooms, without a doubt. And I believe that the rest are the same. You may say, you know what, Emil, you didn't even get 50% of the vote. I can assure you that Mr. Audie's voters, even though they voted against me, I've talked to them. They want neutral classrooms. They want teaching to be neutral. They do not want a teacher's agenda to influence their child in any way in terms of politics, religion. They want neutral classrooms, and they want the American and the California state flag to be the flags that represent in the classroom. So I'm asking you, because I want to do it different than you, teacher to teacher. Let's do it different, and let's keep it the same. And I'm asking you to give that kind of guidance to your members. I don't want to play tit for tat with you, okay? I want to work with you. I don't want to throw this flag policy into the mix of negotiations. I don't want to do that because I don't know where it's going to go. I want your members to know what their raise is going to be as soon as possible. So I would like you to consider that and give that guidance so that we can work together and move on together. And I'm hoping that you're going to hear me, teacher to teacher. I want to tell you something. I taught gay kids. I taught lesbian kids. I taught trans kids. Not to the extent that you're teaching them now, because this was pre-COVID. I didn't need a flag to make these kids feel safe and to trust me. I didn't need that. And I don't understand why, when I read the testimony here, okay, that some teachers have the need to put this symbol up so that they feel like, so that their students trust them and that it's a non-judgmental environment. I believe that it's the person and the teacher with a heart to represent and teach all kids, okay, that makes a classroom safe and makes students feel welcome. It's not a flag and it's not a symbol. So I'm appealing to you. Let's work together. We haven't had any other flags for a year and it's worked fine. I am looking to represent all students. I want to make that very clear, okay, as I have in the past. And I don't look at it as a job description, okay? I look at that's from my heart, because I'm a teacher, and that's what I'm supposed to do. So hopefully we can relate that way, and that's all I have to say, other than in our house we celebrate Christmas, so Merry Christmas to all. That I hope if you're not at peace during this holiday season that you find it. If you don't celebrate Christmas, happy holidays, and I look forward to working with the community and with this great staff and moving forward in a positive direction for the benefit of all of our students and with the Temecula Teachers Union and other employee organizations. And I mean that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Mr. Schwartz would like to make a board comment.
Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Barham has finished his comments. Would you like to make your comments?
It's 1:30 in the morning here, so yes, I would like to. First thing, I want to congratulate Amir and Melinda for being elected. As far as someone mentioned curriculum, they want to teach reading, writing, whatever. Every curriculum is available to every parent to know what their kids are doing. It's on your child's website. You connect with the teacher. They tell you what they're doing, what they're studying. The curriculum is there. It's written by the state. Every school uses the same curriculum. Number 3, there's no spirit of the Brown Act, as some young man accused us of doing. Yes, I met with Emil. Yes, I met with Melinda to tell them about what to expect when we have board meetings. Give them an idea of how things go. Told them to make sure you're prepared by reading the agenda and contacting the appropriate person to make sure you know what's going on. We did not talk about policy. We did not talk about flag. We did not talk about transgender policies or anything else. My whole idea of meeting with them was to welcome them aboard and give them an idea of how to prepare for their first meeting. And as you can see, they were both very well prepared. Number 4, I have contacted my attorney about the parent who says I hang out with Satanists and transvestites. That's the same attorney I had to take out a restraining order against, same person, rather, and I've contacted my attorney about perhaps filing a defamation suit. Number 5, my aim on this board is to support the students and teachers and the parents of our community. If you ever have a question, please reach out to me. I'm always there to answer. I have several things I want to talk about that I want to bring up in the, I'm not going to stay for board agenda items. I'm going to mention them here. Number 1, I want to modify the lawyer policy. I want it to be firm that either the superintendent or the majority of the board gives you permission to call an attorney when it's necessary. And if I had my way, it would only be the superintendent, but we can talk about it. Next, we need to talk about a student board member. I'm happy that we're going to be on a committee to do it. I'm going to contact Marietta and find out how they did it, and we have to get that done. Number 3, I want to make sure we reduce our spending on lawyers. It's gotten way out of control, and that money needs to be in the classroom. I also want to modify the email policy. If an email is written to everyone on the board, there's no reason that everyone on the board can't respond for themselves. I'm not talking about board policy, but I'm talking about an issue. Somebody writes to complain about the lunches in their kid's school. As a board member, I would write back, please go into the school, talk to the principal, talk to the people who serve the lunch, find out what's going on. And finally, I'm sorry, I think we need to limit board comment time. I know we all have a lot to say, but I think if we give the parents 3 minutes, we ought to give ourselves 3 minutes. So again, I want to thank everybody for the meeting. I'm sorry I had to be away, but something that was planned a long time ago, and no other dates are available. And I wish everybody a very happy holiday season, whatever you celebrate. Please enjoy it with your family. And one other thing I want to say. When I met Emil and Melinda, I asked them both one question. And my question was, what's the bottom line of your religious belief? I'm not talking about liturgy. I'm not talking about traditions. I'm not talking about food. I'm not talking about holidays. What's the bottom line? And for me, the bottom line of Judaism is treat other people the way you want to be treated. And both of them told me the same thing. And I really felt positive when they said that we're going to be able to work together for the betterment of our district. So I want to wish everyone happy holidays, and I'm going to say good night. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Joseph, did you have a board comment, or Mrs. Wiersma?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Komrosky. We'll get you.
Yeah, this is a surreal moment for me with all that I've been through. I just want to thank all the constituents that voted me in my trustee area and the greater community of Temecula for your support in my being elected. Really excited. This is especially considering my health condition during the summer and some of the attacks I've been through. My health has been way better. A massive amount of the community supported me when I couldn't actually walk door to door for a time, and I really love and appreciate all that and the hard work. Going back to some of the attacks, and even with what Mr. Barham, directed at the union, I do want to direct something at union leadership because they're here. And, I want the attack to stop. I said this over a year ago. There is a tribalism that the leadership of the union has against the majority of the board, or even in the whole board. And it really centers on, we have been elected. We are here. I know you wanted me recalled. I was recalled. I am here now again. I am elected. You're going to have to deal with it, for better or for worse. The community has spoken. And the tribalism I'm talking about is, I'm an educator. I get the Educator magazine, and I know you're familiar with this, Mr. Diaz, but, in the table of contents, it says, let me read this. A successful recall election, how Temecula Valley educators beat back a bully. So now you're calling me a bully, name calling. Yeah. And then right in the middle of this, it's got your picture, Edgar Diaz. And it basically says, it says Temecula Valley Educators Association, TVA, members are ready to refocus on supporting all students without the chaos of an extremist board president. That's the exact language I'm talking about, that very polarizing tribal language. It's just got to stop. So that's my request. We're here now. We're a new board, and the attacks, I would appreciate it not having to see this in the Educator magazine. You represent the leadership of the union. Maybe that can be water under the bridge, maybe moving forward. Maybe there could be new diplomacy that this district hasn't seen in 2 years with both teachers' union. I see that. Okay. So that's my wish. for those in the community that want to talk to me that haven't got to talk to me in the past due to the, what is it? One member of the board, and I used to say this a lot, the cultural war, the culture war going on in the community. Hopefully that's subsided a little bit and the elections are over. But if you haven't got to talk to me in the past, please approach me after the meeting. I'll give you my phone, my district phone. If you want to yell at me, I don't know, maybe I'll let you vent a little bit. But if you're going to character assassinate me, I won't talk to you. We're way beyond that. But I will listen to you, especially if we have lines of commonality. I'm all for it. For example, Mr. Schwartz, we had growing pains tonight, but me and him super love soccer together. We can start right there and work forward again. We actually have, wait a minute. My son won't hear this. We have season tickets to the new San Diego football club, me and Steve. So we'll probably see each other. Anyways, we could start right there and then work our way towards some commonalities aboard, which brings me to my other point. There was growing pains on in full display tonight that the community had to see. Unfortunately, had to see that, but that's part of the new dynamic of a new board, and those growing pains are very necessary. So it's some of that is cringeworthy to watch, but that's where we start now growing together and collectively supporting the new board president, the new board clerk, the new CSBA delegates, if we have both of us, me and Mr. Schwartz. And that's where it starts. So I believe that as a new board, we will do good things. We will focus on the students, and we will make good things happen. So outside of the growing pains you saw tonight, I'm very hopeful for that. Now to my more positive aspect. I had my first site visit at TMS a couple days ago, and we were blessed in the presence of Dr. Kedziora. That guy is the most gracious person, one of the most gracious persons I've ever met in my life. He recognized me from CSBA in Washington, D.C., and we got to hear him, and it was all about, what was it, League of Educators, Dr. Woods, and all the district staff were there, and TMS was a model school, and they were being viewed by other school districts, and it was really exciting to see that, and I'm just stoked. And also to hang out with Mr. Morton over at TMS. Can't wait to visit him again. So that was fun. Can't wait to do site visits. I talked to all the ASB presidents and vice presidents, and I said, hey, when I do my site visits, and I can coordinate this with you, Dr. Woods, but I said, when I come to your school, I want you to show me around. I want you to show me where all the gems are from a student's perspective, and they were all excited. So that's kind of what I want to do, is the first 4 visits I do are the actual high schools, and I want to meet with the ASB president and vice president and let them show me things that I've never seen before on that campus. So I'm excited to do that. Other than that, thank you. I'm excited to be here. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody out there.
Thank you, Dr. Komrosky. And Mrs. Wiersma, did you have board comments?
So I would say one of the most favorite activities I've done in 2 years as a board member was to go to the Marvelous pageant. And I know a lot of people were here at the dais with me that night to see our 3 high schools and the leadership team support the diversity and the magic that hit that stage impacted me dearly. I mean, I went home and told my husband, you should have been with me. It was incredible. So to those students that put that together, to those students out there who participated, I was rooting for you. It was fabulous. I also got to go to Great Oak High School about a week ago. Dr. Lane was very gracious, showed me around the campus. I was able to ask some questions and return to the high school where 2 of my students have graduated from. In fact, Mrs. Claybaugh, when I walked in, taught my daughter over 5 years ago and said, this is where Ashley sat. Why don't you have a seat? That's pretty cool. And I appreciated her remembering my daughter. We went to CSBA, which the California School Board Association, as a group. Maybe some of you saw the picture out there floating around on social media. We had a good time. We had fun. And I like how Dr. Komrosky mentioned that tonight was growing pains. And thanks for hanging with us on it. Tonight was painful. I've learned some powerful lessons in the last 48 hours. And the one thing that I want to tell you out there in Trustee Area 3, where I have the honor to represent you, I don't participate in doublespeak. I remain true to what I say, and I do it to the best of my ability. Not always right. With humility, I've learned, I'm wiser, but I love representing you. You can always trust me that I will continue to be consistent. And to those of you that have reached out to me in this room to say, you know what, I'm sorry. I think we could have done it differently. It has meant the world to me. And in the last couple of weeks, I've even had conversations with this TVEA group. I mean, the casual conversation, the opportunity to know each other as people and look eye to eye at each other, it's been missed in the last 2 years. Edgar, I know we were able to say hello. I have a great resource that I'm reading that I'm excited about. And I do know 2025 will bring some different things. In reference to the PERB decisions, as Mr. Barham noted, it is a quasi-agency. I saw that same definition online as I looked at it to go, how can we communicate to people what PERB is? And many, many times they do side with the employee. You know, on the one hand, I've heard tonight that so much of it was useless. And on the other hand, I've heard a talk of the policy that our families want, which is neutral classrooms. And it is true. And we didn't know exactly where PERB would go. But I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that I'm fighting for protecting these kids and advocating for parents. And we need to recognize who was voted into office, respect it, and move forward. And I do believe it should be part of a negotiations and a discussion. If PERB is going to say, you know what, the process wasn't right, well, we're going to back up and do the process like we should. I don't want to leave it to chance. I don't think that's right. I've learned too much in 2 years to know. Let's do it correctly. Let's stand by our word in this community. And let's make sure all these kids, all of them, feel welcome, feel loved, and that they are going to get a great education at TVUSD. So I am excited about that. I also want to say there was a comment on my prayer life tonight, and you know what's really cool, and not to bring all of the religious aspects into this tonight, but I think it's appropriate to say, just the other night, we met as a group, and there were other people invited here at the dais that didn't go, and that was okay. Everyone's busy, but what was awesome is we not only prayed for people in local government, but for the people that couldn't be here, administrators, this community, all of us. And it's important, and I want you to know that I am there. Not to preach at any of you, but just to say, you're important to me. Again, I want to say congratulations to each one here tonight, though we've had some strong differing opinions. What good leaders do is they go through the fire, and if they need to forgive, they do. I think it's a lesson here in the country we should learn. Burying the hatchet, speak truth, and then move forward. Forgiveness is key. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have to grapple with that, with some things. And I'm not going into more details. But you know what? It's important that we do that. When we look at the national election, what we're dealing with in the community, our neighbors, the person that can forgive is really strong. And I can say without a doubt that this board has great things to look forward to. We do want to work together for you to do it differently, but still hold the line with what we believe is right. Because at the end of the day, we represent the community. I know it's a diversified voice, but I feel like we're in a really good place. So thank you for listening. Thank you for being here to the bitter end. We thought it would perhaps be a shorter meeting, but Merry Christmas to all of you. I hope you all get a break. God bless you and your family. And we'll see you in January.
Thank you.
And in the essence of time, I do feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm going to reserve my comments for the next meeting. I see a lot of bloodshot eyes out there. I'll just make one statement, and this is the most united board. It is very strong. It includes Steve Schwartz. You saw that we were able to work things together with all of our different personalities. It got rough for a minute, but I think we're finding our footing. And I believe in all 5 members. So, Merry Christmas. Superintendent comments?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Lene and our cabinet members for working so hard the last couple weeks to get the board members up to speed. It is definitely a challenge to get that done. But I also appreciate the board members because each one of these 5 up here are willing to do the homework. And that already gives me great confidence and faith that we're going to get some things done. It already feels very, very different to me just being up here. Yes, we're going to have some rough patches, but we're going to get through those. We had a great time at CSBA. We are committed to working together for this community, and I hope you can see evidence of that very, very soon. I also want to thank all of the candidates that put their necks out there, tried to earn a spot on this board, but weren't successful. I want to thank you for doing that because that also brings a lot of great hope in the future that we had such great candidates out there seeking these 5 positions. The community has spoken, and we certainly know that, and we take that very seriously and are here to represent the community, our students, our teachers, our staff. We understand that. Bottom line is, we are excited for the future. It's time for us to win, and win a lot, and win often, win small, win big, whatever it takes. And it takes goals, it takes accountability, holding ourselves accountable, but also celebrating our victories, which we have many of them, and we want to do that here in the near future because there are some great things. When you watch Nicole Lash up there presenting on our budget, you know, it isn't an accident that we're doing fairly well in our budget, even though we have concerns, because there are other districts that are definitely hearing a different tone here in the next couple of days this week as they do their interim reports. So thank you all for hanging with us, and I know we're on to a good path, and I'm excited about it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Woods. The next is future agenda items. I'm going to hold mine until nothing's emergency and it's late. Does anybody else have a future agenda item? Okay. Then we don't have to revisit closed session. So the next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for what day, Jen? January 28th. All right. And then 10:50. This meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, December 17th at 10:50 p.m.